let's open this. Even though it is in the afternoon and there's a lot of caffeine, but doing this anyways because I think we're gonna have some company tonight. Checking the time. Yeah. Okay. So two things. Okay. Open up a Sprite again. Yeah, I guess we could just keep doing this. Actually, let's move downloads. File setter Linux to applications. Need to come up with a better way to launch these. That's okay. Okay. We can detach that. Could go in here if we wanted to. Yeah, why the heck not? Can we move this down? Yeah, I kind of like that. Look at that. That's kind of sexy. Okay. So here we go. So, oh, I need one more. I think I have it open already. Right here. Yes, I added to my notes yesterday, kind of offline, looking at some Zelda stuff, trying to understand how Zelda gets such cool graphics. And I want to kind of experiment to see if we can do something different. Like I kind of today's um goal is I want to experiment with graphics a little bit and see how I can kind of improve graphics from the artwork perspective, but also how do we improve graphics from a game engine perspective? Like how do we go how do we get this into our game engine? Okay. This is not good. This is actually scaled down, which I didn't realize. Never rub another man's rhubarb. Oh, wow, that is like a very. I'm trying to read your name. Ah, Fletch Charge King. What's up? Sorry, it's like a very vibrant blue color on top of a dark blue background for some reason. How are you doing? I mean, this is kind of an okay level of detail also, but I think this is too blurry. I thought the actual picture was bigger. Let's see. I have a link for this where I got this from. That's not where I wanted you to open up, though. I wanted you to open up in here. There we go. Now let me try pulling that source image in large. Ooh. Not open link, open image. Huh. Oh, open image in new tab. There it is. Oh, it really is only that big. So if we zoom into this, we're gonna lose tons of detail, right? Like down here, which is where kind of where I was looking before. Yeah. Okay, I'm trying to pull up some reference images. Oh, wait, this is it. The heck? Why is this one so much better quality than the other one? You gotta fix that. Okay, well. Okay. But this is what we're looking for. This quality. I must have taken the wrong image somehow. A larger version. Open image in new tab. This is also tiny. It's the same picture. Wait, these must be different sources. Wiki image, strategy wiki. No, it is from the strategy wiki. This is the full resolution image. No higher resolution available. You're clearly lying to me. I've never been so lied to my entire life, right? These are not the same picture. These are totally not the same picture. Why are you lying to me? Oops. Oh, you know, I'm hitting this button expecting it to go back. That button does nothing. That is the picture, though. What the heck? The only reason why I'm kind of futzing over this a bit, panicking over this a little bit, is because what's the resolution of it actually on this one? That's way bigger than 500. Well, you know, we'll go like this. Create a new picture. That one is 1152 by 975. That is ginormous. But that's good because we can zoom in and see. So this is what I want. I'm trying to get to a point where I can zoom in like this, but I wanted a couple more reference images from the same game. Yeah, I don't know why these images aren't showing up here. They clearly came up from a Google search on this page somehow. I just do it again. A link to the past images. Or maybe what I can do, tile maps. Right? Because what we're going to try to do here is sort of take apart the tile maps and try to figure out how we can use them. Not use them, how we can create similar looking tile maps, right? Right, with a similar perspective. That's a cool one too. I don't like high resolution maps though. I get the feeling that's not one. That's cool looking. And here's another good example. This is town. Actually, this is a cool example of a town. I should save this anyways, even though it's just a clip. Copy image. Shove that in here too. I think this is usable. Let me see. As a reference. It looks like we're zoomed in enough. It's blurry. It's blurry only because this picture has some compression on it, I think. So we're getting some like weird artifacts like over here. Like this is probably a solid pixel color. So maybe not the best reference image. I think that's Kakariko Village. I don't remember if it's the same name as the one in Ocarina of Time. But these are cool too, because I'm looking at like the way they do the cobblestones here. Ow, just yoinked my hair out with a freaking can here. That was interesting. Let's try Google. Google Images. Link to the past images. Really what I want is maps. Maps sprite. Can I do that? World map recreated. This is kind of cool. I wonder how he did this. This is also a bit compressed. It's going to do the same thing, I think. Oh no, this one looks more crisp. Let's see what it says on the thread. Collision map. That is crazy. Oh. I kind of want to get like a link. Hold on, Google. Link to the past map rips. I don't know. Like I want someone who like ripped out the game resources so we can just look at them. Map created in HTML5 and JavaScript. Zelda live map. Of course, the page doesn't load. Nope. Already gone again. Huh. Oh, this one looks detailed. Ah. Here we go. Oh, VG maps. Yes, this is what I'm looking for. I should just go to this website and bookmark this. Let's just bookmark this. Yeah. Amazing. Light world. That's interesting. This looks like the dark world though up here. Am I crazy? Maybe that doesn't exist in the light world and that's why. This is what I'm looking for. This is super high quality as far as I could tell. We can download it too, which is great. As a WebP. What even is a WebP? I think I have Image Magic on here. Yeah, I do. So we can convert if we need to. Or, I mean, it's not our picture, so I don't care if I upload it to some random website. But how are we going to open this? Xclip minus I. Is this how this works? I don't remember. I think so. I think you can pipe to it like this. There we go. I'm just going to try this. It doesn't seem like it worked. Okay. Let's try again. Man, xclip. Option file. I read text. Maybe that's the problem. Into the X selection. Standard input files defaults. That's what it is. It's not text. How do I read in a file? Maybe I can't do that with xclip. Oh, you can give it a type. Oh, you can just give it a file. I see. Then middle click, right? But that's not what we want to do. See, they're using it on text files. These are all text files. Oh, this will paste as HTML. -T target. Specify particular data format. -O. Special target atom name targets can be used to get a list of valid targets. -O. Print the selection to standard out, generally for piping to a file or program. With -O. The special target atom name. So wait, xclip TO. No, wait, what was it called? Targets? That's the only example it gives. Let's just search real quick. Xclip copy ping to clipboard. Or image. I could have just put image. -T image ping. See, what I wanted to see, dash selection clipboard. Oh, there we go. Specify which X selection you use. Options are primary, secondary, or clipboard. So xclip -T image webp, I guess. Selection clipboard, and then the file name. And let's see. No. Nope. Not today. Oh, -I. I forgot the -I. I think -I is implied. So I actually don't even need the -I, right? Might be because it's a WebP. Let's try doing something weird. I know that's not right. No. Let's also do convert and use this. And we'll just put it right here. / what's called Zelda.ping. Oh, use magic instead of convert, or magic convert. Well, okay. Xclip -I -T image ping. I would have loved to know how to do this. I already have -I, -T. What's the other option? Selection, clipboard. Oh, no. That did nothing. But that's okay, because what we can still do here is just go file open now that it's a ping. Look at this massive, massive file. Oh, dude, it's even got some enemies on it. That's actually pretty cool. And this is, I'm just zooming in to see, yes, this is the exact clarity of what I'm looking for. Oh, this is amazing. This is the bomb. Okay. I still don't know how to copy it, but I think I have Nautilus installed. Just open Nautilus here real quick. Just copy the image. I don't know how to do that without it. And go here and paste it. I think that should be good. Yeah, I think that's good. I don't think. Yes, see that? Oops. Open default app should open in this, which Libra Sprite, which is not what I wanted, but that's okay. Perfect. Perfect. Look at these beautiful, beautiful pixels. Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this. What they do with the corners here. This is really something beautiful, man. How come my... Did they change the shortcut keys on this too? I don't know why my grid's not showing up. Maybe I have to set it up somehow. Let's go Sprites. What would it be under? There is a thing for grid. I might be getting mixed up with a different program. Properties? Indexed, no. And this will also be interesting because they actually have a color palette that they probably have to stick to. Canvas size, color mode, properties. Frame, select, view, probably under view, grid. Oh yeah, they did change. It has different default keys. Interesting. Oh, and you know what LibreSprite doesn't have that I love in Sprite is it doesn't have the double click. Sprite, you can take the marquee and you can double click and it'll select a full grid for you. Well, anyways, what I wanted to see was how this works. Okay. And this lines up to the grid, I'm pretty sure. Fairly well. Fairly well it lines up to the grid. This is all this is super interesting. But we don't want to look at this in LibreSprite. LibreSprite is good, but I prefer Sprite. I wonder how I can set the default application to a flat pack or whatever the heck this is. App image, I think, is flat pack, right? But anyways, there is one thing I do want to do. That is, I have this, X keybind thingamajigger here, and let's do this. I'm gonna Control Z that. We're gonna hit Zev real quick and get the button for this. Button, press event, button 6. Okay, Control C. And then we're gonna say XTE. I don't know if it's gonna work. We're guessing B6, I think was the number I said. Control Z that again. And then hold on, I don't remember. I probably have it in here somewheres. Somewhere. Let me do history, grep the config file. What? Probably just because the grep, something with the regex there is all screwy. Xbind keys minus F. Okay. Probably have to kill it first, I would think. Yeah. So kill all 9 Xbind keys. All right, now my other mouse click's not working. Now we can do this. Oh, it works. But what it might not be doing, probably is not doing. Yeah. So what I would like, oh well, it's probably not gonna work there. Let's open up a new file real quick. I'll say 160 by 160. Put my grid on. Let's just draw some random tiles. Right. Okay, cool. We're just gonna convert to tile map. Just because I want to see. Okay, I wanted to get this here. Now, if I hold this and I hit tab, no, it does not work. So what I need to figure out how to do with Xbind keys, if it's possible, is I want to bind this button to space, which I did, right? This mouse button does press space, but specifically, I want to use it to bind it when my mouse button is down. I want it to hold the key down, and when my mouse button is up, I want it to press the key up. So Xbind keys, hold key during mouse press. To achieve a key during a mouse button press using Xbind keys, the approach involves using XDo tool to simulate key down and key up events tied to the mouse button's press and release. The configuration requires 2 separate entries in Xbind keys. XDo tool. Oh, okay. So Xbind key, I think I get what's going on here, which I didn't get before. So let me see if I'm crazy. So I think what's happening here, yes, XTE key M, right? So if I do XTE key M, yeah, it just presses the M key. XTE. I wonder if I can do that with XTE. So hold on, XTE generates fake input using the Xtest extension. That's how this works. Okay, so the way this configuration file is actually working is it literally just runs a command every time I press a key. And so we can do that with key down and key up. Gotcha. But how do we, okay. Oh, release. What is this? You see, I don't understand this file, Xbind keys. So what we can try doing here is now man Xbind keys and see release modifiers. Okay, this is what I want to see. The program expects, well, hold on, let's read the whole thing. Xbind keys is a program that grabs key and mouse button events in X and starts associated shell commands. Just what I said. Available command line options are as follows. -D defaults, print a default RC file. That's actually kind of cool. I don't know what that means, but that's kind of cool. Use an alternative RC file. Set X display. Don't know what that's for. -key. Identify one key pressed. Oh, so we don't even need X event. We can identify it right here with this program, I think. Xbind key. Let's try Xbind keys -K to see what happens. Xbind keys -K. Oh, well, of course. Press combination of keys. Of course, it's not going to work because it's running right now. So X bind keys. And now we run it with K. This does nothing. Press combination of keys and or click under the window. It opened up a thing. Oh, it opened up a thing. Yeah, look at this. It's right there. But how do we... It's not picking up my mouse keys. So I think we did need X events. In all fairness. Okay, but anyways, man, X bind keys. And we're just trying to understand a little bit how this works. Multi-key. Identify multiple keys pressed. Useful for configuration, geometry, no daemon, don't start as a daemon. Defaults guile. Print a default guile configuration file. I don't know what guile is. Doesn't matter. The program Xbind keys RC. Use only for one user. The configuration file consists of commands in double quotes and associated keys on the next line. Comments are started with a pound and extend to the end of the line. You can see a default configuration with -- defaults. Okay, that's cool. The program expects combinations of key sims to be used by using the plus characters to combine them together. The format of the command line is command to start ampersand associated key. To specify an associated key, you can use X keybinds -- key or multi-key to put, okay, sure. List of modifiers, release, control, shift, mod 1, mod 2, mod 3. This is really cool. Okay, by default, Xbind keys does not pay attention to modifiers numlock, caps lock, and scroll lock. Examples, Control Shift Q starts X term. Oh, so you can use Xbind keys to make all of your like launching. That could be like all of your launcher stuff, right? Switching programs and everything. I didn't realize that. I thought this program was just mapping keys to other things, like other keys. But this program is actually mapping keys to full-on commands, which could be anything. Like control and mouse 1. That's actually kind of cool. Control click opens terminal. I would never use that, but that's cool. So mouse button 2 release event starts RxVT. I see. So B2 plus release. So if we go back to our Xbind keys RC file, we're going to say key down, right? And then we're going to go here and we're going to say key up plus release. I think that's what we need from that. I'm just going to Control Z this. Actually, wait, hold on. Yeah, I did have it open twice. Okay, now let's run Xbind keys -F, which I don't even think I need to put -F because that's the default file. I think I can just type Xbind keys. But in any case, ooh, I think that's what we want. Now let's go back here. Oh, baby. So sexy. Okay, so what I'm doing here, just to... All right. So the reason why I did this is because my keyboard has a split layout and my space bar is on the right half of my keyboard. And I don't really touch the right half of my keyboard unless I'm typing. I like to keep my mouse in one hand and my keyboard, my left side of my keyboard in the other hand. So what we just did now is we created a configuration file that will allow me to use a side button on my mouse as the space bar. But the trick was I needed to use space bar as a modifier key in Sprite because that's how Sprite works. So when you hold down space and you press 1, 2, and 3, it'll change your tile modes. These are the default keybinds. And then space and tab will switch you between tile set mode and I don't know, pixel mode, right? So when you go like this, now you're working with tiles that I can just grab some tiles right? Work with these. And then when I hit space tab, now I'm working with pixels that if I do paintbrushy things, it'll be pixels. So if I hold control, you'll see tile 23, that's tile 23, it's tile 2, etc., etc. Very cool stuff. So that is awesome. I have that also set up on my Mac, but now it's nice to know how to set it up on Linux. This approach only works for X Windows, for Xorg, but that's fine. If you're using Wayland, I think is the other. Um, Wait, is it Wayland? Is that the windowing? Not manager. What's the word I'm looking for? API, maybe? I don't know. I've been out of the Linux game for too long and I don't really know. Windows Server is probably it, right? Let's actually just type in Xorg and see what comes up. X.org. Is a free and open source implementation of the X Windows system. Display server. Okay. Okay. Xorg alternative, I think, is Wayland is the new one. Yeah, Wayland people are using. I guess there's a few others. It looks like YDFB, Zinth, Fresco. I've never heard of the other ones really. But yeah, if you're using one of the other ones, probably on your own. Xorg's pretty old, so I wouldn't be surprised if you don't want to use it, but there's definitely ways to do this. Okay, so now we've got our keyboard shortcuts set up in a way that is going to help us out a ton. Now I can switch to that. I can still use my 1, 2, 3 to zoom. That's what I'm testing here. 1, 2, 3 zooms, right, to 100, 200, 300%. But space using my right mouse, I can also probably do. How do you use this normally? Okay, so it doesn't work for mouse clicks apparently. Like I can't hold space here and then click and drag with the mouse. That would have actually been really cool because that feels pretty comfortable. That's kind of unfortunate, but it doesn't work exactly that way. If I actually hold the real space key and click with my, well, that is very slow and laggy though. So maybe we don't want that. I guess we don't need to because we can middle click and drag. It does the same thing. So that's fine. Okay. Okay, cool. Sorry. I might see my biggest problem I think with this program right now. Let's save this to my rule castle. These aren't mine. I should probably throw them into a folder called references. A sprite does get a little bit slow. I've noticed when you've had it open for a while, but also maybe because this file is so big that I have open, that it's kind of choking, you see? And I'm sure if you used a program like Photoshop or something, you probably wouldn't have that issue as much, but that's okay. So I'm just trying to gauge how laggy my, it seems to be doing okay. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, I want to work from the beginning. I want to use, actually Hyrule Castle is the one I wanted. Use this as a reference to see what in the heck is going on with tiles. So one of the things that impressed me when I paid very close attention to this is how Nintendo does so much here with straight lines. And I noticed, not even just in Zelda, but I also noticed this looking at Super Mario World? Yes, Super Mario World. Like, I want to get a picture of these pipes. Like, look at this. These are just straight lines, right? That's crazy what they're doing in their side scrolling platform here. This is super crazy. Um, really is, right? They can just do so much with straight lines. So I kind of admire them for that. Like, I almost feel a little bit embarrassed that I'm fooled so much by these straight lines. Because, like, look at this. Look at this gradient. This gradient is just like straight lines. Although this is a little bit, yeah, hard to see here. And also look at the shading on Mario's belly here. It's amazing, amazing stuff. This is really interesting illusion too with the teeth to make triangles. They literally just painted squares. These are just squares, right? That are being kind of masked by this black outline is one way to think of them. Crazy. And then they have like kind of doubles along the side here, double pixels. And then they have some shading here. It's still, the whole thing just looks amazing. These are some things that we're going to try to copy. I want to get better at doing the art, but I also want to understand more about how these pixels kind of translate into actual objects. So one of the things, like I was saying, I noticed here, they do a lot with lines. Look at this. These are just straight lines. These are 1 pixel, right? These are 1 pixel lines going straight across. Annotations, right? Look at this. And they've got like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers of this. I'm calling them layers. I mean, like, you know, as if you're going to lay bricks down on a wall, like actual layers of bricks. Crazy, right? So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to imitate this. And then the other thing that they do, I guess the other thing that they do that makes this room interesting. Oh, hold on, look at this too. There's a little bit of an issue here. This tile doesn't really match up to that. And nobody really noticed. And it's over here too. That's crazy what you can get away with while you're still a AAA game studio. Anyways, right? The other thing that makes this interesting is they have diagonals. And I think having diagonal tiles makes your game more interesting because it's almost like breaking out of the grid. It's an illusion that it's breaking out of the grid of this like squares. Everything has to be squares. And so what we have here is a multiple sided room. It's a polygon to shape. And that's what makes this room interesting. This room is very rectangular, and this is kind of what you would expect to be sort of locked into traditionally, just using regular tile maps. I mean, just regular square tiles. These are all these rooms are square rooms, right? Very, very cool stuff though. So we're going to try to, I guess let's take one of the square rooms as our reference because that'll be a little bit easier to work with. They are more or less the same. The perspective is really interesting. They sort of have this diagonal line going straight across, which I could actually also see us pulling off this effect one of 2 ways. We could throw a layer above. Although if we start stacking layers once we do tiles, it kind of falls apart a little bit. But you could do like an overlay, like a semi-transparent layer to do the lighting. You'd have to like kind of merge it down, I think, at some point. And the same thing here with the dark corner here. So like they just have like a dark line that goes through. Or you could do the shading brush. The other thing that makes the room very interesting is that these tiles, the regular floor tiles, has this kind of carpeted looking texture. I don't know if it's supposed to be carpet or tile. It looks like carpet to me. To me, it looks like, I don't know, like a hotel carpet. Um, and what makes it interesting is that instead of being squares this way, it's a diamond shape. And they get this diamond shape by using single pixels on a diagonal. And then actually that's really all it is. They're just making 4 lines and they're connecting them like this with a double, but it's really just 4 lines if you think of it that way, right? Very interesting. And so you can kind of, right, make a tile pattern like that. Now, the interesting thing about this is that this tile pattern is not a single tile. They need multiple tiles to pull off this pattern. How many tiles does this pattern take? It probably takes 4 tiles, right? Because in this tile, you only have this. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. This probably is enough to tile. Let's find out. We're going to go here. We're going to copy it. We're going to make a new tile. We didn't copy anything. Copy 16 by 16. Boom. And now let's see if the magic happens. I don't have my, oops. Yeah, I don't have my shortcut key set up on this one. So keyboard shortcuts. So what I normally do, mirror, what's it called? Tile? Tile, okay. So what I normally do, tiled mode. How do I do this usually? Let me check my shortcut keys on my other computer real quick. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I just go kind of straight across the keyboard. So what I do is I go none. Let's make sure we're on none. And I do shift 1, which will show up as shift exclamation here. And then shift 2. And then shift 3. And then shift 4. And that's it. And I go like this. And then when I press shift 1, oh, it's not working. Oh, because that's not the shift key. Oh, because, oops, my bad. Go back here. What was the shortcut key for this? Like face roll, all the modifiers. Control Alt Shift, which is what I was pressing. Control Alt, whatever. Tiled mode. So if you just search for tiled with a D, that seems to filter them out the best. Oh, you know what? Because I wasn't holding shift. No. Oh, I know why. The problem with this, I just remembered, is because we have, there's no way to search by key. Opacity, here we go. So shift 1, shift 2, shift 3, and shift 4 are what's taking over it. So we have to just remove those. Yeah, wow. Wow, these guys are real smart. That's all I gotta say. These guys are incredibly intelligent. So they've created a diamond pattern like this in a one tile, in a single tile. They've created this tiling pattern that creates, like basically they're working in the positive space and the negative space because they have these 2 different colors here. That is incredible. It's really, really awesome stuff here. So we can try to imitate this, and we can try to imitate maybe this trim along the side as well. What does that actually look like though? Oh, okay, that's part of the wall here. This is also incredible. This is also all straight lines, but slightly different colors and slightly displaced, and it creates this sort of round railing look, which is incredible. And then the ladders, yeah, the ladders also have this weird, interesting effect where they appear to get larger towards the bottom, whereas you would think that being closer to the front, you would expect the front part here to be wider and the bottom part to be more narrow because it's further away. But I think they do this because they're trying to maintain, and yeah, they also have this problem too. So I guess they also have this problem where to actually walk on a tile, you need two tiles. Like two tiles across creates a one tile in between for the character to move. So this might be like that dual grid system thing that I've been kind of reading about and seeing online, where there's a kind of world coordinate system and a tile map coordinate system, and one of them is offset from the other. Could be something like that, but we're going to try to first achieve a similar appearance to this graphically, just in a sprite. And then we're going to try to figure out how to use that. So first off, we're going to try to figure out how to create the tiles, the graphics. Then we're going to try to figure out how to use them in LDTK, our map editor of choice at the time, for the time being. And then we're going to try to figure out how to make the collisions work and how to make it work in the game. And then the third thing that I want to do is that in this game, if we look here, like look at these characters. If I turn on my grid again, these characters are more than one grid height, right? So they're kind of like this maybe, and maybe even bigger, because this doesn't have all the animation tied into it. So what is the size of this? 20 by 36 or 20 by 35? Is that right? Oh, by 34. Okay. I guess I had an extra 2 pixels. 20 by 34, which might be right, but regardless, I want to see if I can try to figure out a way. And here's another one. We can try to measure him too. (22 by 26). So they're kind of different heights also, which is interesting. So wait, hold on. If I take him and I put him next to this guy, you're telling me that these two aren't the same height? Oh wait, hold on. This one. Oh, it's 24, and this one was 26 or 25. I guess they're about the same height. Okay. The other thing I want to try doing is creating a character that is bigger than a single tile. Because again, the graphics in the game that I've been working on right now, I think feel a little bit primitive just because everything is like a uniform size. The tiles are all 16 by 16. The characters are 16 by 16, which also, like, having a character that's the same size as your tile makes things feel a little bit strange. So I kind of want to figure out how I can make my character size independent. I mean, there's no restriction in the game engine. It's just a matter of how do I make it work in general. And then these tiles are interesting too. So I guess these tiles also don't line up completely in the tiles, right? Some of these things are like kind of, yeah. You see, and so I guess this is the thing, like they're props and stuff like that. So these bushes, these fit into a single tile. And these are kind of like full bleed. They go to like the very edge of the tile, of the grid, I should say. Not the tile, they go to the very edge of the grid. And then here, you have some stuff that's like, it's got extra space. It takes up more than one tile. These are sort of like, I'm going to call them props, right? And so maybe it's not even that, they're the size of the grid like this, right? They might not even be sized like this. They might just be sized, like this, and just a little bit bigger. And then they just overlay on a different layer. So that'll be interesting also. There's like so much interesting stuff here, right? So much interesting stuff. But again, kind of let's get focused here. We want to focus on the perspective, some of the pattern stuff that they do that's really cool. Like even this pattern is pretty neat. I'm wondering how they do this. Maybe there is a tile that's just like this. The thing is that they don't even have this pattern on the top. You would expect it to be up here, like reflected, but it's kind of not, which is also interesting. So like, how do they do? Yeah, I don't know. So I guess, oh, see? So it's interesting because these don't exactly line up to the grid, right? Yeah, here's where the grid kind of doesn't line up right. So like, let's get a size on this. (16 by 32). Interesting. 16 by 32. So what's actually, I think, happening here is this is like legitimately, if we copy this and put this into a new image, 16 by 32. Yeah, this will line up to my grid here, right? We got a top and a bottom. But the way it works in here is that it's like offset from the grid. And I guess the way to interpret what's happening here is that this carpet is basically on a different layer than the floor below it. Might be a good way to look at this. So you could have sort of like a 9 slice of these guys maybe, and then that would sort of overlay, and you see like you've got this little bit of space on the side here and here. And so that maybe could go on its own layer in the tile map editor. And then these things don't have collision, so it's fine. That's actually super cool. Again, we're just trying to pick things apart. This staircase is also super cool because it kind of curves. It creates the illusion of a curving staircase. I guess that's also supposed to be a staircase. Oh, this is so cool. And then this is another thing that probably also is like 16 by 16. Like it's probably divisible by 16 here. Yes, 32 by 32. That is a 32 by 32 prop that is not placed directly on the grid. So actually, now I'm thinking about it too, another way to do that, but they do align them. This one is aligned to this one perfectly. That one is aligned to this one perfectly. Interesting. But I guess another way to do that would be you can go on like an entity layer, I think, in LDTK. These could be entities. And you could put that on a entity layer, but you can unlock it. You can unlock the grid so it doesn't have to snap into the grid. And then you can kind of align them that way, I guess. So it's interesting. So I think one of the key takeaways here is how they make this stuff so interesting is that they don't line everything up to the grid. Even though these things, this one's probably also 16 by 16. Yep, 16 by 16. But instead of this being down here and locking into the grid and actually making everything look very orthogonal or right orthographic, they slightly displace some things, and they do it over here too. right? It's this one actually. This whole layer, I guess, if we're working in layers, this entire layer is offset by a single pixel on the y-axis going up. So everything up here, this thing, these things, it's all 1 pixel up is what's happening. I need to write some of this down because I'm going to forget all of this. Where's my, here we go. So what's interesting about this? That's not the full resolution picture too. We gotta get the full res picture in here. But I guess one way to get the full res picture in here is to go back to a sprite. Make sure I select the whole thing. And I think if I just copy the image data, maybe I can paste it into, let's put today's note. Making interesting tile sets. Yeah, there we go. I rule. Oops. LTP. I rule castle full res. Right. What makes this interesting? Not everything aligns perfectly to the grid. Some layers are offset by some amount of pixels. Example, objects like the pillars, lamps, and I don't know what these things are. Flower pots? They're not flower pots. They're like giant jars. I don't know what the heck they are. Urns, jars, are offset on the y axis in the up direction by 1 pixel. And then the carpet is also offset by what, maybe 8 pixels? Even though all entities are roughly conform to the 16 by 16 grid, they align differently when composed together in the world space, right? That's what we're trying to say here. That is cool. Lines are super useful. Well, also shapes. Let me go shapes. Interesting shapes, right? Not everything is perfectly rectangular. Some rooms are, what is this? 1, 2, 3 hexagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 octagonal. It is 8 octagonal with diagonals. Depth. There's a lot of depth here, even though the perspective is skewed. And this is, I guess, one of the main things. The perspective is like not right. And that's, I think, why I like it. But I think the way that they get away with this kind of is that you're zoomed in so much that you don't see the entire room's perspective all at once. So like you don't notice it too much because maybe you're only on this part down here, and then by the time you get up here, yeah, the perspective has changed, but you can't see the entire room's perspective. Maybe this works well because we are so zoomed in that we don't see the entire room's perspective in a single shot, right? Okay. So this is all very cool stuff that we found out here. Oh, and then the patterns, right? Tiling, non, right. How do I want to say this? Patterns is a fourth thing. Patterns. There are some patterns on the flooring that help break the grid, like the blue carpet. I don't know if it's carpet or tiled floor that draws diamonds using a single 16 by 16 tile. And then let's put the tile in here. All right, that is a super cool illusion. Floor, tile. Link to the past. Hyrule Castle. Floor tile. Oh, that is tiny, tiny whiny. We need to go here and sort of, can we export to the clipboard? That would be cool. Now, it looks like it has to be a file. It would be really cool to export to the clipboard. But, okay. Hyrule floor. Got ping. And since I just still don't know how to copy this, where did it go? I think it's in my home folder. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're just going to open it in here. Open Hyrule floor.ping. No, not found. Where did I just save this? It is called Hyrule floor.ping in my home folder. You poopy. Don't talk back to me. I must have spelled something wrong here. Here we go. That's gigantic. That's probably better than what I've got here. There we go. And what I'm going to do here, we have attachments. I'm going to go here. Floor tile. I'm going to hit rename if we can find it. I'm going to, oops, just copy it. I hit cut, but that's fine. We're going to delete it from the file system. We're going to go to this one, and then we're going to rename it with the pasted file name. And then we're going to come back to our notes for today. Which is not only visually pleasing, but economic, in that it only uses a single tile to achieve this illusion, which is very cool. So let's try to create, oh gosh, so much stuff. Let's try to create a tile. Right, so what are we gonna make? Let me make a to-do list. What are we making? 1. A single 16 by 16 tiling floor pattern, right? To make things interesting. That'll be easy, I think. We can also put, what's it, K? Nope. L, that's the one. Single tiling floor pattern, depth. Depth using lines as bricks, right? I want to try using their depth perspective thing that they're doing here. Ceiling tiles, which are these yellow tiles here, and then not the floor tiles. Offset carpet tiles. And I think maybe I'm gonna start with that. And doors. Doors. To connect the different rooms together. Let's try this, okay? So I'm gonna start here. We know we're gonna do 16 by 16. I want to create a tiling pattern. We have our default tile set. I'm just going to go straight. How do I want to do this? I guess we can kind of figure it out ourselves. Let me go here. I'm going to turn on the pixel grid just so I can at a glance see how many pixels from each side I am. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right? 16 halfway through would be like 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I need to learn how to read it down here, right? It's x comma y, which makes sense. So 8, and then lower numbers are at the top. So this is the origin here. This is 0, 0. This is 16 by 16. Okay. So we are at 8, and then we're going to come down. If we're going 2, we're going to come down here, leave 2. And then the same thing here. But if I go here and I try to leave 2, oh yeah, no, that actually works. And I just realized another thing that I can do here is we could turn on symmetry mode. Sorry, symmetry options. Right? Horizontal symmetry and vertical symmetry. Oh my gosh, now look at this. Now if we want to create this pattern, now we have this wonderful crosshair here. I don't even need to, I can just eyeball and go like this. And there's my pattern, right? Now if I hit this, look at that, we have a floor. Very cool. And we can just draw like this now. And hey, look at that, that's my floor. But now what I'm gonna do, what the heck? We're gonna, we're using our own colors here. But maybe this will be our floor pattern. And let's turn off my pixel grid. Oh, you can have a pixel grid and a regular grid on in Sprite. So I guess that is also something Sprite can do that the other programs I use cannot do. And then if we want to make this a little bit more interesting, we can put another pattern here. Ooh, look at that. Right? We can draw. This is a cool thing about Sprite's mirroring mode is that you can sort of draw on the in-between here. Cool. Now this is very cool. It's different from the Zelda one, right? It's not exactly the same. We used some of the same concepts. And this is all done in a single tile like this. Very cool. This is actually super cool. So actually this symmetry stuff is quickly available right here on my brush tool. And then if I wanted to, let me go turn this back on again. Maybe add another pixel there. And then maybe add a pixel here. Ooh, right? I just want to turn this off to hide these real quick. That is a pretty cool looking floor. It maybe is a little bit busy. So what maybe we might want to do is maybe drop that down a color. I'm going to turn off contiguous on my bucket tool just to reduce the contrast because it is supposed to be the background. Like it's the floor, it's a background. It shouldn't be super contrasty. If I wanted to, I could probably even add a secondary color here. Maybe change one of these. We will put contiguous back on, but maybe change one of these blocks to add some variation. Right, do the same thing here. And go back to our tile and see what this looks like. Very cool. And you could do the same thing here if I wanted to on this shape. But now we're getting into like, it's a little bit too busy. Even with that green, I think might be a little bit too much. Let's just leave it as a all blue. And we'll save this in artwork for now. Right. I'm going to call this Zelda project. Zelda. Yeah. Floor tile. But what we're going to do is we're going to put, is this going to go into a sprite sheet, right? Ultimately, it's going to go, I think, into a single sprite sheet. But for right now, just saving it as a separate thing temporarily. So that's cool. We've kind of imitated one of the things that they did already. Could maybe even drop this down even darker. What color is this? Oh, that's pretty darn dark. And what is this? So wait, if I did uncontiguous, that might even be better because that's even lower contrast. And we don't want to be too distracting for being the floor. So I think we're going to leave it like this. And now let's create a new tile set. I'm going to do 160 by 160 because I never know what size to make it. And this is going to be our castle tile set. And we're going to use Hyrule Castle as our reference. I'm going to start with these walls maybe. So now this is interesting. So how would we create this? This, I got you. This is another thing that we could do with layers on our tile map. So we'll do it with layers in the sense that we won't draw. I got that. I got it. We're not going to draw in the entire grid, right? So I'm just going to copy this. We're going to dissect this here. And what I'm going to do here, I'm going to turn the symmetry lines back on because I know they cross straight through the middle. Just to see, quick visual, use them as guidelines, not because we're going to draw symmetry here. But I can see here, right, that we're mostly using 25% of the space. It does go over a little bit, right, for this border here. But we're going to do a similar thing. But instead of having the background here, we're going to use this as transparent pixels. So that was one tile. So I do another tile here, actually, before we get into our wall stuff. This is going to be 16 by 16. I'm going to put the grid on. So what I might want to do is, I thought Control G is grid settings, or did I set that as a custom thing? Also, the shortcut keys on the Mac are different. View, grid settings. I'm going to make Control, what is Control G doing? Control G was doing something. No, it wasn't. Okay. So we're going to go to keyboard shortcuts because I think having grid settings on a shortcut key could be useful to us. Control G. I said there was nothing bound to it. Aha. So X and Y. So I think we still want 16 by 16, but if we offset it by 8, I think it'll give us a crosshair, and it does. So this will be great. So now I can quickly go whoop and like this and kind of end up with the same thing, except mine, I'm going to take a pixel out here to make it rounded. Let's get my thingamajigger here. I'm also, okay. I'm also doing the corner piece right now, which is a little bit weird that I'm starting out with it, but that's fine. And then they do like this kind of pinstripey thing. So we'll do a pinstripey thing. Like a gold color. And we could do this one of two ways. Either pull it in like that. Then we would have to go like that, I think. Which actually doesn't look that bad. Or we would leave it like that. We're going to try both and see what we can get away with. So then to do that, right, what do we have on the inside? Oh, they actually do like a 3 pixel, which means that their tile going across Hyrule Castle has 3 pixels on the bottom. I got you, but that does a couple of things for us, right? Yeah, see what that does is it creates this really bold line between go to my annotate. I'm gonna lock this layer so I don't touch it by mistake. Between the wall, like our depth, and the floor. So they're using a flat color to make the line more bold, but that could also, and they did it here too, except this one's darker. Why is that darker? It probably would have been better for them to do that, no? Hmm. Interesting choice. Anyways, but that could also be a shadow, right? Potentially, which means if I wanted to make mine a little bit fancier, instead of making it a flat color, I could make it like a shadow color that kind of comes up here and does a little bit more like this, right? So if it was a shadow color, it would be more like a bluish, like a dark bluish color, maybe like this. And just to kind of illustrate what I'm thinking, and oops, also test it out, put contiguous back on here. It'd be something like that, and then we're imitating, doing cheap tricks here. Multiply on a dark blue, right? And that would give us kind of a shadow. Ooh, spooky, right? And that would probably make it also less linear. But I think one of the things that makes the castle very interesting, I think, is the choice to make the castle linear. I guess, don't know. We're assuming what artists did was intentional, but perhaps by making the castle linear in this sense, everything's lines, everything's very straight lines. Probably what they're trying to communicate is that it's the castle. It's a place of order, right? Things are not chaotic. I don't know. It's like rule. You know what I mean? Like a government. I don't know. Everything's like in order kind of thing. So everything's like very straight and rigid. So that might be the language they're trying to communicate with the shapes, and that's why everything is squares. Like the diamonds are squares. These little shapes are kind of squarey. Everything is like square shaped, and maybe that's why. Is it like to be like more rigid, more robust looking? And so we'll keep up with that charade. 1, 2, 3. And now I have to figure out how big I want this lane to be. Because if I do this, right, like what are they actually doing here? It's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So they keep it 3 on both sides. So I have to remove 1 here. We can put on this thing, which is gonna also distract me a little bit, but I think it'll be fine. And that is very Hyrule, very Hylian. I don't think that's a dark enough gray. I don't want it to be stark black, I don't think. Oh, and the other thing is they have a this race liner on the inside too, right? They do. And so here we would do the same thing. And then again, I have this extra pixel that I'm not sure what to do with. Like I took it in here, but I didn't take it in here. Because if I take it in here, I mean, we could leave it like this too, or we'd have to go like that. And then that's also, they're both kind of cool looking. They're both kind of cool looking. I don't know. But then that shape doesn't really continue into here. We would have to like sort of do this thing maybe. I don't know. We have to see what it looks like with a bunch of these. But let's assume this is one tile. Let's say this is done. Right, so we're doing this this thing first. That's going to be the top right. And then we got to connect that into this sucker, which is actually pretty easy. All we got to do here is take this, make this one right in here, just stretch it all across. Boom. And then what's in the middle here? I don't think there is a middle here. Or is there? Because this is a little bit confusing now. See, these are things that I get confused when I'm doing the tiles myself. I don't think there is an inside. Right? Like if we look at this tile, yeah, that is basically it. I don't think there is an inside for that. I think it's just a trim that goes around the room. I don't think that's ever... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay, this is good because here's where we can see... Oh, look at this. And here's an inside corner of it. Ah. It's tricky. It's very tricky. I don't fully understand what I'm looking at here. How in God's name does that work? Ah, see, look here. If I go like this, it looks like that. That's 16 by 16. And if I go here, that's 16 by 16. So these are what the inside pieces look like. You've got a piece of wall here and this. But I guess another way to do this so that you don't have to make this wall piece everywhere is that these could be transparent pixels. This is an interesting way to work. I never thought about this. This would kind of like make things a little bit more complicated, but also reduce the amount of tiles that we have to make. Okay. All right. Well, we're working through this. We're working through this, right? I have literally no idea how to make this work. Like, I don't know what the inside should be. I think the inside is just transparent. I think that is the inside. Does that make any sense, though? Do I have tile setter open? I do. Let's create a new orthographic project. And can I copy transparent pixel? Can I just go here and be like, hey, there's nothing here, but I want you to... Yeah, no, there's nothing in there. Of course not. Because really, I think it should just be transparent on the inside, right? It would either be transparent or a black square like this. But I don't think that's right. All right, I don't think this is right. Let's go into here. I hate the default size for all these panels in Tile Setter, by the way. Create the blob. We've got the blob now. So now I go here and oops, back here. I can just grab these two tiles, come back in here, paste them over here. Whoops. I was trying to highlight both of them and I accidentally deleted everything. But now so this, if I just go like this program's pretty smart in that if I go like this, it'll create all the edges for me, which it does a beautiful job of, by the way. Like it's created one perfectly square. Don't know if it's right though. We can also take off the corners here, stop using composite and go like this to rotate it. Oh, it doesn't line up. That's so weird. Why wouldn't that line up? Right? Why would that not line up? That's so friggin' weird. It's like a weird, um, I guess rotation. Oh, I know why it doesn't line up. I know why it doesn't line up. I think I have to make those tiles. Because remember we went over the halfway mark to make this top line. I think that's why the tiles aren't really symmetrical. So if I go here, basically we can draw it out. I'm gonna convert this to a tile map layer and we're gonna call this carpet. We're gonna allow flips, right? And that created a 3 tile set for us. And we're gonna go here, turn this on and make sure we're not creating new tiles. And I'm just gonna work in tiled mode for a bit. So let's drag that out here. Right. Duplicate this. We want to create a sort of rectangle here. X. Oh, oops. Whoopsie daisy. I guess what I have to do actually is I drop it and flip like this. Or Y. X. There we go. And that's probably what's going to cause our stuff to not line up right. Yep. I don't know why. I don't know why these two don't line up though. Right? Isn't that interesting? Like, why don't these two line up? We might have to look at how they're doing this in their sprite sheet. Like, how the heck does their stuff line up and ours doesn't? All right, let's look at their corner. Maybe I did my corner piece wrong. Or was I think the corner piece was my reference. It was. The corner piece was my reference. Wait, did I copy the same tile? No, this one goes the other direction. Oh, because I'm on the wrong layer. So we're going to put a new layer. Other corner. I don't know what to call it. These are perfect reflections. These are absolute reflections. So the question is, how do they do their top tile that they don't run into this issue? Right? I don't understand. Okay. So, wait a second. Wouldn't that mean, let me look at my castle. Oh. Wait, hold on. Why can't I draw? Brush? Do something? Oh, I forgot I put the mode to multiply. That's why it wasn't working. So 1, 2, 1, 2. I think I made mine too big. I made mine 3. Why is mine 3 and not 2? Because theirs is also 3 and not 2. What? What is this trickery? Oh. I think theirs is 3. I think theirs is 3 because of the way it lines up. I see what's happening. I see what's happening. It's the illusion. I see what's happening. Okay, so I think what happened here is I think I'm being deceived by the tile patterns. This part of the tile, this is part of the wall. It's not part of this. I think this is another case where this is probably 16 by 16 in here. That's probably the corner. And then 16 by 16. Is that what I'm saying? Like this is also offset? I'm trying to see if this adds up or if I end up with extra pixels here. Because that's probably what it is. Ooh, but that is weird. That is weird because then this is what? That's only weird because then this doesn't have a border on it. On this side. But that might be what I'm seeing, right? This isn't necessarily part of the tile like it is here, even though it does kind of line up nicely that way. On this axis, we don't have this piece. So however we decide to do this, right? And this doesn't have that. This doesn't have that. I think it makes sense not to have it. But then what does that give us? So there's only two. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. So what actually we need to do here is take this and shift it down, right? And this will give us our real corner. So let's go convert to regular layer. Actually, wait, hold on. I could put that back the way it was. Okay, well, let's edit it in place is what we're gonna do. Gonna go like this. I want to shift it down. I guess what I'll do is I'll delete this because I don't want it to overflow to the next tile. Not 100% sure what happened if I did that. And then this is what we want to carry over this way. Oh. And delete that. Oh, I see. And then this has to come in one. And we can move this over to the left without impacting. Wait, no. This has to come in one. Right, which would make this even. There's a lot of like illusions happening here. So that's pretty good. I think that's what the floor, that's the tiles that we actually want. So I think using tile setter, I think here is actually keeping us a bit honest with ourselves, which is kind of good. Oops. It'd be great if you could just update one and it would update all of them. You know what I mean? Probably a better way to do it than the way I'm doing it. Right. Yeah. And really, like I said, I want this to really be a transparent tile. I don't really want this to be anything. carpet. Right? I think that's right. I think that's all we need for carpet. Now, I guess the challenge, while I'm doing some of this, what I should also be doing, how do we do this? A? LETK? Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, cool. Create a new project here. And throw this in our arts folder. I also want to add the bookmarks. Yeah, art, cool. Zelda project. Just call it Zelda. I don't know, I have to call it project. Let's go over here. Ooh, I accidentally popped that up there by mistake. Why does it look like there's two ghosties? No, that should be, oh dear. Like that. Oh, because I see what I did. Hmm. Not, oh, because I'm accidentally stacking them. I see, this is what I wanted. Still getting used to the tiling window manager here. Have to forgive me. I don't know why it says there's a ghosty here though. Where did my terminal go? Is that it? That's just the way it's gotta be? I guess that's just the way it's gotta be. But okay. I feel like there's an extra. Oh, I see. That's the tab, and these are the two splits. Oh, these are tabbed. That's why these should not be tabbed. Okay, whatever. Sorry. So let's start putting this on a single tile sprite sheet. I guess carpet. How am I gonna do this now? I guess I grab these and go to my. I started with one over here somewhere. Here we go. Kind of feel like they shouldn't be up here, but I'm gonna put it up here anyways. We're gonna reorganize this file as it starts to fall into place. All right. Oops. Why? Oh. Oh. What? No, I don't get it. Oh, I do get it. It's because we're not in modify mode. Okay. So castle all. Right. This is going to be everything in the castle in one file. Then we're going to come into LDTK, add tile sets, castle all. Though I don't know. I remember there being issues with Sprite files. We're going to start using the Sprite file, but as soon as something wacky starts to happen, I'm going to split it out into a ping file, and we'll probably put some padding around the cells to understand things better. So castle, I'll just call it castle. And then that's good for that. And I'm going to go into layers. We're going to add a couple layers because I think we need multiple layers here. Int grid. Actually, int grid. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Int grid. Okay. Trim? I don't know. I don't really know what's going to go on here yet. Right? So this is going to be a little bit tricky. Maybe go like this to get a better idea. I don't know which one of these gives me a good idea of what the heck's going on here, but that's fine. Auto layer, right? Cool. And then we're gonna add another layer. I'm not sure if it should be an auto layer or int grid. We'll put an int grid below for now. Because I'm thinking the carpet could in theory be an auto layer to just put wherever there's nothing. But maybe also it's better to like explicitly say where the carpet should go. I don't know. But actually, let's start off with an auto layer because I want to see where I can take this. Trim. Oh, I see. It needs a layer to reference. I don't know if it's going to work. Because basically the only rule in here would be carpet. The only rule in here would be like, hey, put a, oh, where there is, I want to say where there's any value. There we go. So it's just like always be there. Yes, I don't think it's working because it should just show the floor all over the place right now. I think the reason why it's not working right now, yeah, is because I gotta go like that. That's fine. We can use the assistant for this. We can go like this, and this will give us our reflection, so I don't have to go crazy making all the tiles. Oh, but I don't think it does. Oops, accidentally canceled. I don't think it does rotations. Right? I don't think I can go here and say, hey, take this, but rotate it. Like, I think I could if I manually created these rules, I could have it rotate. But because I'm not manually creating the rules, I can't make it rotate per se. So the better thing to do, it's not going to work right over here. It'll work on the top, and it'll work on the bottom. Well, it's not really working. Yeah, it does work on the bottom. Right? But if I fill the whole thing, it doesn't work. Right, because what should it look like when you fill the whole thing? You shouldn't be filling the whole thing, which is why this auto layer thing I don't think is going to work. What it could be, I don't know if it needs to be an int grid. Let's look at layer types again. Can be used to mark collisions in your levels or various other information. It can be used to automatically render tiles. We might just make a regular tile layer and call this background. And then use this as the background. I can still flood fill the entire thing with this if I want to. And then we can draw on top of it with the other one. So let's go here. Oops. Caca. I hate when I accidentally hit a button and it screws me up. Okay, so I think I go back here. I don't know why it's not focusing this. Yeah, see, look, it put this in its own thing, which I didn't want. Now this is stacked. Oh, because that's stacked. Okay. Hmm. It might just be the window type. These window types don't have borders, but Sprite does. That's why Sprite gets its own little border here, and this thing is for the entire tab over here. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I don't know why I can't full screen it though. Oh, because I'm in resize mode. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna have to move some stuff around. Let's go into tile mode. Make some space here. So grab this, flip the X, paint that here. Flip the Y. I need a way to rotate that Y key over here, but that's okay. Oh gosh. Not Y, but X. Boom. This, and flip the X. Oops, no, not flip. Flip X isn't going to do anything for this. Hold on. Flip Y. There we go. And the thing I can't do is rotate. That's what we need to do. Right? And so kind of, you know, having that space in the middle be this dark gray thing here does kind of make sense. But I don't think I use that anywhere. So that's why I'm hesitant to do that. Sorry, we got to put this in this mode to make a new square. Like, it looks okay. Like this. You know, does it make sense? I don't know. Okay, let's go like that. Get a few more tiles in here. Go back to LDTK now, which is going to have, whoops, some issues, probably. Yep. Oh, wait, couldn't read file. That's weird. Why can it not read the file anymore? Unknown watched image changed. I wonder why that would happen. So, okay, we ran into our first issue with the Sprite file. Like I said, we would inevitably run into. It's not the one I thought we would run into, but we ran into a problem. So we're going to go into export as, which I just recently learned how to use this a little bit better. I was playing with this last night. We don't want to export as. Sorry, we want to export. Export tile sheet, which doesn't have a key on it. Wait, tile set. Wait, what? What is export tile set? This is a new, oh my gosh, hold on. This is the even newer option that I don't have. That's crazy. Export tile set. What? Merge duplicates, ignore empty tile sets, split layers, split tags, spacing. We definitely want spacing. That's cool. Ignore empty. Oh, hey, ignore empty actually works now. Constraints. Oh, okay. So this is actually. Oh, okay, that's cool. So we could do export by rows. We could do sprite grid, which will just do according to our grid. And then for our constraint, we can set the fixed number of columns to 10 because that's my file. My file is 10. I don't know why this one's not budging. That's a little sketchy. You definitely want to output a file. Trim sprite. Double check the image size. I think that's 10 across though. He has 160 by 160. Also, this is a tile and it is on my grid. So I don't know why that wouldn't be popping out. But I also did this through export tile set, right? Let's do it through export sprite sheet. By rows, constraints, number of columns, 10 to keep the size of to keep the layout the same. Source instead of sprite, we're going to go sprite grid. And now that we have sprite grid, when we add a spacing, it'll put a spacing. Oh, it's not moving because it doesn't have to move. The spacing is here and over here. There's nothing next to it, so it doesn't. It looks like it's out of place because there's no spacing, but this is literally how it's supposed to line up, and that's why it looks like that. So wait, what did tile sets do? Okay, just tile sets just go straight across. But the problem with this is that because my tile set uses rotations, it's actually sort of not creating new tiles for these corners, which is great because then when we edit them, it'll edit all of them. It'll keep it symmetrical. But for exporting to LDTK, it doesn't help me because specifically because I'm using the assistant editor and there doesn't seem to be a way to rotate those tiles in the assistant editor. You would have to, I think, manually create the rules, which I'm still trying to get the hang of. I haven't done much of yet. I'm still trying to get the hang of it. So this is fine. We'll output file, castle all.ping, export, good. And then when I come back into LDTK, we are going to change this. Stop using this image, confirm. And select a new one, which is a ping file. Should be a little bit less dodgy for us. And then here we can add the spacing of 4 pixels, which will make our grid line up beautifully here. And then we go back to our rules, and then we have to redo our rules now because positions of the things in the file have changed here. So this will be this, and we can get rid of this. That'll be this, because now we created these corners. Yeah, so basically, I kind of need 2 sides and a diagonal to make this work, right? Okay. I don't know why it looks like this, though. That's beyond me. Oh, I know, I know why it looks like that. Because we have to update background. There we go. There we go. Now, the interesting thing here is my corner pieces are not cornering. Those are cornering quite well, like that, which kind of makes sense. Does it make sense? It looks good, but does it make sense? Maybe it makes sense. I think what this is this is an inside corner. And my inside corner has to be defined by one of these guys, which I think is this. Nope, I picked the opposite corner. I was close. It's this one. Nope, I got it wrong again. Let's try again. It's, hold on. So if I go here and here, that's going to be wrong. Yep. So what I need to do is pick this and then pick the one that's in the opposite corner like this. Is that right? No, I think I need to pick this one. Oh, let's see. Nope. Maybe, just maybe, this tile actually doesn't exist. Because I think this is right. That's the right shape. But as we can see, it needs to be offset. So I think we have to actually create new tiles here for that. We need to make these sort of inside corner pieces. Right? Because I don't think it's this. Yeah, no, it's not that. So it would actually have to be some new tiles, which, okay, yeah, there would be new tiles. So let's go to modify mode and let's create those tiles here. And that actually shouldn't be too hard to do. I'm going to take this and I'm going to duplicate just once, because what I'm going to do here is go here and let's put my grid settings on here real quick to get my subdivisions. Wait, 8 by 8. Why isn't that doing anything? I think my grid settings are bugged. Could be. The other thing I could do is just put it into a new file. Yeah. Go like that, just to get a quick line, quick alignment of my grid. And then go to my, I have so much crap open here. Close that. This is all stuff I was exploring. I don't need to leave these open right now. Probably better to close these, given that Sprites performance does tend to degrade significantly when I leave it open for a long period of time. Okay. So I actually probably just need that one, and I think LDTK can reflect that for me. So I'll just do this. Actually, maybe what I'll do, not that I need to, but maybe what I'll do is move that over here and mirror it like so, and make that the tile, just so it's closer to things, not in the middle of nowhere. Yep, replace that. Come over here. Ooh. Love how it just breaks everything every time I open it. Wait, what happened? What happened? Wait. Why did... Oh, because of my grid. That's actually funny. Wait, so... Yes. Wow. I think it is bugged because it didn't update the appearance, but it did change the grid under the hood. Or maybe it's not bugged. Maybe I see what's going on. I think maybe the reason why I don't see it different is because I'm in this mode versus grid mode. No, I have no idea. It's probably just bugged. I don't know why it keeps putting 16 by 16 there, but looks good. This is what we want. We're going to overwrite that. We're going to go back here. There we go. That's what we expected. Now we're going to add those new rules. And now I should be able to go like that. And then those corners should fill in nicely if I knew how to pick the right one. So this is actually going to be what? This one? No. This? Ah, I see. It's not as simple as I thought it would be. Oh, I see what's going on here. I see. I didn't, okay, what I should have actually done is made like the actual pieces connect so I can see how they're supposed to connect. To do that, I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Let's do ×3 and ×3 to make a square here. And what we're gonna do is this is gonna come up here, and this has to connect into this sucker. So by putting these tiles next to each other, wait. How in the heck? Oh, this is the bottom tile. My bad. So we need to, yeah, flip Y. Oh, because it's not a tile. Shift V. Right, and then this comes here. And what we're gonna have to do is just sort of displace this slightly. This is all gonna come off. Is that true? That is not true. Let's do one thing at a time here though. Let's make this connect. So that connects beautifully. This has to continue on to here. Ooh, I see. This leaves us with a question on what we're doing with this corner, which that looks fine to me for now. And then the other thing that maybe what actually needs to happen is this has to come over one. And that leaves this extra space over here, which is kind of weird. Right? That would leave a gap. So I'm not sure what to do with this because this is not going to be, well, I guess this just could be like this. That might be the answer to that. And then that's my, is that possible? What was it doing before over here? There's 4 here. All right. Okay. But we're doing the opposite of that. Maybe, I don't know. Let's grab this and plug this in and see what this does. And I, of course, picked the wrong square. Let's just plug that in and then we'll clean it up later. Probably have to change it again, but I got to export it again. What's the, I think if I do Control Shift X repeats last export, and then I can go here and my image should just come in. There it is, but it's not the same tile. I think it's that one, but I don't think that's gonna work right. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Right, which is kind of weird, right? I think it's actually this one, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. Nope, that's not it. It should be that one, no? But what's it actually doing? It's flipped in the X direction, which usually means to flip the X, it would just go like this, no? Why does it give me, oh, yes, and that flips the X the right way, but has to flip the Y too. Oh, I see. I see. So what I should do is in here, to make this connect right, we need to... All right, this is supposed to connect into this tile, I believe. No, that connects into this tile. Right, right. So then I can go into pixel mode here and then do some finagling. I gotcha. Hold your horses. And then, oh, goosh. So that backs up one, which leaves us another room for this. And then another pixel for this. Okay, and then we still have the same shape there. And then I guess like that. Or I double them. I think doubling it actually looks nicer. Control Shift X. Back here. Look at that. But the thing that I don't understand is why the dot on the bottom left ends up looking like this. Right? These tiles get me, man. They get me so good. I don't understand. I guess, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, here's why. Remember when I said I think my middle tile is transparent, and it is? That's why. So this outside border represents whatever should be in this center tile. And because this center tile is transparent, this dot on the inside bottom left means that transparent should be on the inside bottom left. And that is what we have here. Wow, look at this. This looks beautiful, and I haven't even done anything yet, really. Okay. Oof. This is so much effort, but okay, that's fine. We're chilling. We're doing great. We are doing great so far. So what I want to do here is delete this. We can go here to make sure the tile gets deleted. Yep. And oops. Oh, why did that get deleted? No, I turned off. Oh, okay. I guess I want that on anytime I'm deleting. Okay. And then this is actually bottom left, right? So if we wanted to put this in here, we go like this. We would go like that. But I don't want these tiles to exist. So can I do that with this? Or is it just gonna disappear? Can I do that? Oh, well, that makes my life a lot easier, actually. Oh no, it deletes it because it's not a tile anymore. Oops. So what I have to do is I have to do it in tile mode. Go like that, and then we have to go, oops. X, go Y, go X. Nah, that's not right. Y, X. There we go. It's confusing because, yeah, I don't see what it is until I actually plot it down. Okay, so that's what that looks like. I'm just putting the full shape in there so that I understand what's going on. And for this is not black. The inside of this should not be black. It should be transparent, because if the inside of that were black, then the entire floor on this part would also be black. It's not what we want. We want it to be transparent. So I was right originally by not having this. So let's go into the modify mode over here. Delete, and now get rid of that tile, and then we'll save it. Repeat the last export. I don't think that, it'll break stuff. It'll break stuff. I gotta reassign this tile. But now the tile lines up to this section, which is good. For LDTK's sake, anyways, right? All right. I'm sure we're gonna need more shapes than that. Yeah, because look at this, right? That's something. But that actually looks decent, right? That actually looks decent. And then if I put something in here, oh yeah, these are more tiles that I don't have. But it looks good when you have two of them. I think two or more. Yep. So we need to do the 1x1s, which I don't know what that would even look like. But I'm not going to worry about that because I'm probably not even going to use them. Probably not going to use most of them. I'm going to try to just do the tiles, make the tiles as I need them. And I think these are the only tiles I'm going to need. I think. The only exception might be I might need some like hooky tiles to go. Yeah. Like if I have corners like this, I might need to do these. These might be tiles I need. But we'll figure that out as we go along. Just trying to keep it very basic for now. The next thing we need to do is we need to start working on some walls. Oh, also, yeah, like my thing, that's true too. My thing, their tile does boxes. My tile is just like a trim around the entire edge, which I actually think looks pretty good. But if we wanted to be a little bit more fancy like they are and sort of break up the monotony, we could do a similar thing where we go like this maybe. Let's put that back into modify mode. So that way it'll update all the tiles. Right, and I did it like this to make it slightly asymmetrical. And let's export and see what that looks like. Boom. Oh, look at that, see? Now it looks really long on the corners because the corners don't have the concept of this pattern. But let's see, like, what do they do? Their corners are whacked out, but that's not a corner. That's a corner. Their corners, again, I'm going to have to draw a new grid here. Yeah, they do the same thing where they give an edge, a little bit of an edge, a little bit of an edge, but a border in between. And ours are different, you know, ours aren't exactly the same. We decided not to put the black on it. So what we could do here is a similar thing like this. Maybe even go like that. Why the heck not? We don't have to do exactly what they're doing. We're just trying to use them for some ideas. And that looks beautiful. That looks amazing. Okay. All right. So now let's move into the walls, because the walls I find super interesting. Super interesting. And the way I'm thinking about this, which is probably wrong, because I was trying to break this up just in general and like figure out like how do I break this up? Also, what time is it? Today's Thursday. I do have my thing at 4 o'clock. I might have to break soon. But one of the way I was thinking about this when I was trying to break this down offline the other day is that I think this is one layer. Like this is kind of like the ceiling, I guess you would call it. Or the roof, technically. It's not really a roof, right? Which is also kind of, I think that's also what's a little bit distorting about this perspective is that this is sort of a cross section. This is not the roof, but it's also not the ceiling. Like, what actually is this? This is the top of a wall in a building. In an actual room, This is inside the ceiling, right? You don't see this. And I think that's partly why this is such a weird perspective. And that's why, like, I was probably struggling a lot to draw these things on my own without references. And that's because the perspective just makes no sense, right? It's like, I don't know, it's like the inside and the outside at the same time, basically, right? It makes no sense. Like this, in theory, means that like you could climb up this wall, walk across this, and then like climb down on the other side, which is why none of this makes any sense. So maybe the way to think of this is that this stuff here is on its own layer. And then maybe that comes with this too. I'm not 100% sure. Or maybe this is a separate layer. Also, these kind of border the walls, right? So the walls maybe and the ceiling are on different layers, maybe. And maybe that's the way to do it. Because sometimes, right? And that is the weird thing about this perspective. If we go to the world map, yeah, look at this. You have this castle wall where, again, you have this weird perspective where, okay, this is absolutely a wall, but this is the floor. This is the floor on a wall, right? So, like, you can stand here and walk around here. But in this case, in the castle, you cannot stand here. You cannot walk here. But it's the same projection and the same perspective. So it's like the same perspective, but different things mean different things. I don't know how to put this into words, right? Like this is neither the floor nor the ceiling. In here, in this case, this is like cross section, right? And then over here, this is the floor, but it's also the top of a wall. So it's kind of weird. So we're going to try to break this apart a bit. This kind of lines up to the grid. It's off by 1 pixel, but yeah, it's off by 1 pixel, but it basically aligns to the grid. So if we take off 1 pixel, that leaves us here, essentially, where we have this light edge would be the bottom of our tile. And that makes things make a little bit more sense. This would still be 3 tiles across. So we have 3 tiles of wall. Is that right? Wall, and then top of wall. So there's 2 tiles of wall, and there's 1 tile that's like the top of the wall. So let's go back to my castle. I'm trying to figure out how the heck I'm going to do this. Like, how the heck do you do that? I don't want to cram it all into 1 tile. I think that would be that'd be the easier thing. I'm trying to figure out how to work with multiple tiles that represent a single wall. And that's kind of what I'm trying to break out of my comfort zone of having 1 tile be 1 piece of wall. Like 1 tile being 1 wall. I want, like, this is a wall, but this is like the lower wall. This is the upper wall, and this is like the connection. Don't know how to make that happen, right? Because it requires a couple of different things to work together. So I'm going to work maybe in a scratch space here. I don't want to work on the same tile map layer right now. So yeah, let's go 160 by 160 so that we have 10 by 10. And what I'm going to do, right, because it's kind of 2 things. It's a bunch of things. I'm not sure how to do this, right? So let's maybe trace some lines over this to try to, I'm on my annotations layer. Let me get my rectangle tool out. And I want to try to trace some lines. This room's not square. Let's go to a square room and do this to make things easier. Here we go. Here we go. And to also make this a little bit easier, let's make this line up to the grid better. I'm just going to pull, let me pull the whole thing like this. Because this is interesting too, that this doesn't exactly, yeah, look at this. How the heck did they pull this off? This doesn't line up here, but it does line up here. Right? So that might be another thing that makes their maps more interesting, that these tiles don't even line up 100% of the time. So it's not even just that it's off by one, it's just literally different. Let me duplicate this layer so I can have an editable copy of it. I'm just going to put it like this so that we can more easily line our stuff up to the grid and kind of figure out how everything's working. So that means that 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's right. And then 1, 2, 3. So what I could do is sort of trace out, I guess, because they're working in threes. So what, they have 3 layers of each size? Is that what's going on? You've got, I don't know what's going on here. Well, I guess this is a little bit different. You've got this, which is only 4 pixels, 3 or 4 pixels, depending on how you want to count it. That's pretty big. But then that kind of bleeds into this. So this is what, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is 3, 2, 2, 2. So there's 3 2s, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 1s. That's crazy. Trying to figure out like how to make some guidelines for myself to sort of trace this wall. So what I was thinking is like, that's not the right tool. Right. Knowing that I'm going to have 3 tiers, let me maybe do that. It might be a good place to start, like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And then the floor is going to be down here, basically, right? This will be the floor. I don't know why I made that brighter. I should have done the colors the other direction. Like the floor should be kind of darker. So let's go like this. That's the floor. And then let's reverse these. That stays the same. There we go. And so then what that turns into is kind of like this. And kind of like this. Okay, I'm not hating this. I'm not totally against this, right? And there's probably a faster way to create this sort of guideline. Oh, see, my file's not big enough. It's good that I'm kind of doing this. Yeah, okay, bands. We're basically doing bands. I could have done this. I also could have done this as a series of rectangles instead of what I'm doing here, and just like make the outside one big rectangle and the inside a smaller rectangle, like filled in rectangles, basically. And then what we come to the conclusion here is that, what is it? It's a different shortcut key. Control P? No. Sprite size, Control Alt I. Plus 16 on the width. Ooh. Oh. My bad. Oh, it's not sprite size, canvas size, which is C. Which is the same shortcut key. Plus 16, and we'll do from the left. Nice. Which means if we wanted to, we could get rid of this bottom row. We don't really need this bottom. We could add 2 more and then put the ceiling in. That's actually true. So we can add 32 to the width, and then we can add 16 to the height. Yeah, and then this would be our ceiling up here, which I'm gonna do in this gray color. That's probably faster than dragging them out. Okay, cool. This is my perspective. What a bunch of hoopla. Okay, so dungeon walls. I'm going to save that as a separate file. I'm just saving them as separate files. We're going to eventually combine them all into this one. But I'm working on them in separate files because I want to not be all over the place and make a huge mess of things, which I know I would do if I didn't, like with the tiles and stuff like that, to make sure I can get a clear grasp on how many tiles I've got. So I'm going to go here, convert to tile map, and we're going to allow flips to make everything symmetrical, and this is going to be called walls. And then, yeah, we only have a handful of tiles here, and that's basically it. The only problem with this now is like, okay, I've got all the tiles here, but now they all have colors. Modify tiles. So if I go modify tiles, hold on, duplicate, and then convert to a regular layer. All right, maybe what I do is drop the opacity here. And then what I'm wondering is if I go here, can I go, let me add a transparent color to my palette. Can I just go here and, yes, I can. Oh my gosh. That actually might be a really clever way of doing this because I still have my tiles. Like you can see here, if I hit control, I still have all those tiles, but now I've reset them to a point where I don't have to draw over them, and I can kind of have this guide overlay help me out, or I could have it as a solid color and draw on top of it. However I decide to do this. So let's go to my castle, the reference one, and they have this sort of, this color is basically, that's it. That's the inside of everything. So I could take a dark color like that and just sort of fill it, I think, on all of these. So let's go here, grab a dark color like this. Boom. Actually, wait, I think that's the color that I wanted. Oh yeah, contiguous, and it doesn't matter. And if I go to my tiles, oh, sorry, I was on my guide. I don't want to modify that. This is what I wanted to do. Oh, I'm in tile mode. Bucket. Pump, pump. Wait, why did that happen? Oh, that added a tile. No. Manually, so modify existing tiles. Don't create new tiles automatically. Yet, it adds a new tile. Piece of crap. Why are you doing this to me? I was hoping I would just be able to, wait, hold on. Let's just pick a brush for argument's sake. B with the brush tool down here. Oh, why is it making new tiles? Okay, my idea was flawed because despite going in here and when I hit control, my tiles are all gone now. Wait, when did, oh, because now it became empty. I see. When did that happen? I accidentally deleted it. That's why. That's why. I accidentally, there we go. That's what I expected to happen. I just accidentally deleted it because I'm a dummy. Okay, and then we can go here. We can be like, okay, give me my 2-pixel brush. I'm trying to change the brush size. There we go. I was on the wrong tool, apparently. And then let's put on the grid. and go like this. I don't know why that one. That's not, that shouldn't be one. Oh, I see what happened. I see what happened, and I see the error of my ways. So this is good for this, but these corners aren't set up right. That's the disadvantage to doing what I did just now by just drawing out rectangles. I thought it would work, but the problem is that because it doesn't create like this kind of shape on the corner where this gets cut out, it thinks that these are all the same tile, but so it doesn't create corners. So what I could do, let me see, let me think. I'm gonna delete this layer. We're going to duplicate this layer. This is a fun experiment. We're trying to figure out how to set this up in a way that's more efficient to like, you know, create a template to like really just set up the tiles and, you know, we don't have to worry about it too much. Dungeon. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, now we've got this. I forgot to, I had it open when I was naming it, and I forgot to, okay, why is it all blurry like? Okay. Oh, because I didn't duplicate. I don't have a shortcut key set up for it. That's what happened. Dungeon, right? And then we're gonna make it 100%. And what we get by this is we can convert to tile map once I close this out. Convert to tile map. Why doesn't it let me do? Oh, because it's locked. Convert it to a tile map. Allow the rotations. Oh, sorry. What I forgot to do here. Let's go to my grid. Let's offset this grid. Oh, I see. You don't want to do that. Let's just set it to 8 by 8. And what I'm going to do here is just on the corner pieces, go like that. And like that, just to take a chunk out from the corner pieces. And then we need to do that kind of on all sides, which is kind of a pain in the neck, right? Trying to see. Ah, yeah, that works. I hold shift and just double click these. I can continually go up here. I'm just trying to get the bottom corners of all those tiles, and we're going to hit delete all at once. And I think that looks right. That'll get us top tiles that will rotate, and that'll get us corner tiles that'll also rotate. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. I mean, you could go, if that bothers you, and like delete this, I guess, and work with it like that, but I don't really care that much. I think this will do enough of what I need it to. 16 by 16, right? Double checking my work. Okay, now when I convert this to tile map, I think now it'll give me the right number of tiles. Trying to get it to create those flips with symmetry. Yeah, so you'll see I only have, I should only have 4 corners because 4 different colors here. And that looks about right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. And if I hit this, over here with the control key on my brush, 13579, 13579, 13579, 13579. Awesome. That's it. Okay, and now my guide's my guide. So that stays the same. And then I can do the same color plate replace technique. Right. The floor can just be the freaking floor for now with this dark color. Oops. Right. But up here, let's fill this with that dark tan color. And now, when I work with a lighter color on a bigger brush and I start painting this, it should now only affect the freaking corners, which it does, and it should reflect everything the way I want it to, which that was a little crooked. Let's try it again, which it does. Amazing. And then when I start drawing across this line, you'll see these lines will also start to come in. Ugh. Fair. Okay, the second caveat, because I didn't cut out that shape on all of them. Okay, that cutout shape has to be on all of the levels because that's what separates this tile from the side rotations. Like, see, these are 2 and these are 2. These need to be 2 rotated. So we'll start over again, go to make it a normal layer, actually delete it completely, duplicate this one. Again, the reason why I'm redoing this so many times is I'm trying to figure out what a good process is to set this up. And then once I get the process right, I'll just have a video of me explaining the process and kind of running through it for everybody. And I think probably the best way to do this is just to do 8 by 8. That way we can quickly go through and sort of delete all these inside tiles. And I guess if I didn't have the bottom ones, like if I only made the top tiles, it would be easier to set up, but it would also, as we're editing, be a little bit more annoying to try to sort of figure out. Oops. Okay, I think that is the right way to do this. Now when I convert to tile map, allow all flips and rotations. Let me call this new tile set dungeon. Now we have the right number of tiles, presumably. I guess. I don't know. We'll figure this out in a sec. And then that doesn't seem like enough tiles though, right? That seems like too few tiles. I don't know. We're going to try drawing on top and see what happens though. So then we're going to go here, make sure we're in the number 1 mode of just modifying, get our transparent color. And then this is fine. Change my grid to 16 by 16. Yes. So I can tell where my grids are. Cool. And then this, the floor is the only one I'm going to make the exception. I'm going to paint bucket it. I don't know why it doesn't let me do that. Doesn't let me draw here. I feel like this tile doesn't exist. Am I crazy? Oh, I see what happened. I made a boo-boo. Okay, so what happened is when I created a tile set here, before creating this tile set, you need to set this to 16 by 16. Otherwise, it's not going to create the right size tiles, which is why, well, I gotta get rid of this. Oops. Right, now we're going to make it 16 by 16 to make sure that the tile size actually probably was an option when I went into here. Might have been an option. Yeah, grid width, right? So let's just go back to 8 by 8 real quick. And we're gonna do an experiment. Yeah. Make this a tile map. Yeah, still says 8 by 8. So check all these out. Make sure this is 16 by 16. Now, yes. Now we've got more tiles. Cool. Then we go to the not modify one, make them all transparent, and then go here, and we're going to fill in the floor for now. And then we're going to put on our overlay up here. Things I do because I don't understand what I'm doing. It's crazy, right? But that's fine. I'm trying to like simplify the process of making this while figuring out how to make it at the same time. So I think that kind of makes sense. You know, there's a lot of trial and error here. Now that should be fine. And I should be able to go like this. Oh, look at that. And it tiles just the way I wanted it to. I mean, it does all the reflections just the way I wanted it to. Perfect. And then we could do like another, wait, hold on. How many pixels is that? Oh, I thought that was 2. That was 3. That's fine. Maybe we do 2, and then we do 1 that's 3. And the name of the game here is seeing how much we can do with freaking... Oh, you know, it's not helpful. There we go. We're just working with lines here. So when I actually eyedrop this color, it's giving me the mixed color. It's not giving me the color from my palette, right? Right. So these two colors are on my palette because I selected them. That's why. Right. Fine. And then over here, we'll do something like this. That looks great. We're already starting to get some depth here. Castle Zelda, sorry. Nope, Hyrule Castle. And we'll put some of these other details in there afterwards. I'm just trying to establish the size of these tiles first. And yeah, we have the same, this one's a little bit darker actually than this one. No, it's the same color. Look at that. That is the same color. Wow, okay. So I was right on the money when I said to just fill it with the kind of in-between color. Also picked the wrong color here, it looks like. Oh no, what? That is that color? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's also crazy. It's like a reddish. I didn't even realize. Actually, maybe this one's even better because I think more contrast. Okay, so let's go like this. Contiguous, bonk. Maybe, I don't know. That might have been a mistake. We might go back and change that. But sure. And then I'm gonna be working with shapes like this size. And we kind of want them to get a little bit darker as we get into things. And I also want this to, like I said, kind of be round. Whoops. So what we're going to do here is like take these little pixels out on the corners, make them a little bit more roundish looking. Now what's the magic here? They're using completely flat colors here. That's what the magic of this is, which is totally wild. Like this is all just 2 colors. That's insane. But what they do is, so this is 1 tile. This is tile 2. Tile 2. What color is this? Same color. So tile 2 has some highlights. And then after tile 2, like the 2 top rows of bricks on tile 2 have highlights and none of the other ones do. And that's completely what defines the shape here. So this is tile 1, this is tile 2. So I'm going to go in here, actually make this a little bit bigger. right? And then we could make these the same size, right? But then here we would go make this color darker. It's kind of starting to come together, right? I wonder if I left too much space here. I want to see what they did. Everything they did is 1 pixel of spacing, which is also interesting because you would expect that the perspective, you would expect that to change somewhat, but they use consistent amount of spacing. So here they have 2. Well, I have 2. 2, 2, 2. Maybe I should make that 2 also. Oh, I see why I did that, because if I do that, then that goes over the edge of the tile. But I could do it like that, which would mean that this has to go this way. And then this has to go this way. Wait. 2. Oh, that's not 2. That's 4. No, wait, that's 1. Oh, I see. Whoops. Wait, what was I trying to do? Make it everything 2 or make everything 1? Oh, because if I move it up, that becomes 2. That becomes 2. That becomes 2. So if I'm, but I see. I think what I need to do is make everything 1, just so that way that's like the least common denominator essentially. So I'll go like this, and then we'll go like this, right? The least common denominator essentially is what we're going for, meaning that we want to be able to have everything spaced out uniformly across all of these. There we go. And that's probably starting to look, yeah, that's already looking better. That's great. That's crazy, man. All I did was make lines and color them differently. All I did was make different color lines. Oh my gosh. Okay. And that should fill those gaps, right? Yeah. Cool. Let's bring up this preview window again. And I think the reason why we want to do that is because they'll get smaller and smaller as they go to the bottom. I think the idea of having it the same space is that the foreshortening happens, and maybe the spacing isn't really what creates the inherent like difference in distance, but the size of the things in the positive space, like the higher the brighter color bands, I think are what are creating the space. All right, and so we go like that. Wow, kind of dizzying, right? And then what we're going to want to do here is kind of break some of these up. Now they're starting to look more like walls, right? No, bricks, rather, walls. We could even try something they don't do and throw in some diagonals here. Could be interesting. How would I rotate that? Like that? No. Good try, though. Like that. Yeah, there we go. And then to make it kind of a more tiling pattern, I can start it on the edge here. Start on the pixel. Oof. That's a lot of information for my brain to process. That's 4, that's 5, and then we could do 2. Then we have 4, and then 3. Ooh. 3, 4, 5? I don't know. Oh, I forgot to double these tiles. I'm just kind of doing them where I see them. Oh, but what doesn't make sense here is how we went from a smaller size to a larger size. So this size also needs to come down like this. Unfortunately, it's just too big. Doesn't quite make sense for the perspective. And I think also having even just this one pixel out on the corners also kind of reinforces this depth, this kind of corner appearance. And we can go like this. Add a couple of one B's in here, right? Hey, look at that. And then there's some blank space here we got to do something with. Just turning on the guides to make sure I know which tile I'm in. Right? I kind of like how these are a little bit staggered. I like how these two connect over the gap. Okay. Oh, I might even want to make those darker. But if I do, whew, if I do make these darker, then these have to be all the same darker. Right? They have to go to like the same color. Whoops, like this. Bonk. Which I think might be too much. I don't know. Which one looks... This one seems a bit better. That one almost seems a little bit too stark. Sometimes... I don't know. I think part of the problem is I don't have any highlights. Let me go like this. Let me start adding some highlights to these top bricks and kind of see what that does for us. I just want to see where I am on the grid line. Right. What does that look like? Oh, shit. That looks pretty good. And what did I say? The first and the second. Oh, that doesn't follow what they did. Oh, that doesn't follow what they did because I'm supposed to fill this out more. I think I got caught up in reorganizing stuff and I kind of forgot to finish what I started here. Okay. Okay. So what I need to do, and these should probably still be a little bit more connected here. A little bit bigger. Because we need to put like an entire row here of these suckers. Right? So I guess the quick way to do this is just make full lines and then erase things. Because I think we want this to be the entire thing, right? Cool. Okay. That still doesn't add up right. Wait. I roll. Okay, so you got the top border one, you got the first inside one, and then the inside one. Okay, well, what I think we've got here basically is this should be on this one. This should be this tile. And this should be this tile. But how do we like reassign our tiles? Right? I guess if I go like this and I paste. Ah, I can't believe that worked. But I go to tile mode. There's no tiles here anymore. I accidentally deleted a tile. So I think I what I do is I think I copy this in pixel mode, and then I fill this with a different something else. What? Brush. Right? And then I paste this over here. Oof. Good save. Good save. And then here, I don't know what to do. Here, I guess we just try to start filling this. Oops. Contiguous. This one should be all bigger blocks. Contiguous. Stop at grid. I mean, can I just go like this? Oh, because before I hit delete, I think if I just fill with blank, it'll keep the tiles there. Wait, but now I'm not seeing tiles for anything. Oh, there we go. Oh, it kept the tiles. It kept the tiles. So I don't know if it makes a difference. We'll figure out next time we decide to do something stupid. And we'll see what happens. Okay, so bucket. Bucket, do not stop at grid. And then what we're supposed to be doing here is making these all bigger. I'm just gonna go like this. Does that even work? I think it loses definition, so it makes it look a little bit messier. It really is. It's not gonna work because everything has to be doubled now, which means that our space also has to move over, and that's fine. That's fine, right? Just like that. And then that means that this double, oh, that means that double ends there, right? So we can go from here to here. And what I'm doing is I'm kind of offsetting it by 1 pixel. And I'm trying to make sure that the hole in this one is in the middle of this one. We can kind of go like that. That looks kind of cool. And now we'll do our onesies. Our 1 pixel height shenanigans. Okay, that kind of looks pretty good. Oh, but if I want to leave, that's fine. And my rule here is I'm only leaving 1 space in between each thing, and I'm trying to not have them end on the same thing, right? That kind of keeps them a little bit staggered. And that's my approach. And I like having stuff that kind of carries over the grid line, like I said before. That usually creates some interesting patterns. Is that the right rule? The second one, the first one was the ceiling. The second one, oh, you know what? I might have screwed up my first one. Is what might have been it. I did screw up my first one. Man, I am bad at this. Oh, my thing isn't until 6 p.m. I just realized. Which means what? I don't need to eat yet. Also, let's take a look at this top tile here. What's going on? And what's going on in their top tile? Oh, their top tile. My perspective has changed. Their top tile is essentially this whole solid color with an outline of this color and another outline of this color on the very outside with some highlights. Like this is a highlight and then this is another highlight. And that's what their super top tile is. My top tile is not like that. Oh, I see what I did. I started out kind of similarly with this, but then they have this sort of bevel here that goes down and kind of comes up again, and it's just one big color. So their top tile, to try to match the style a bit more closely, I can just go like this and fill. And that's basically their top tile. Right, and then what we can do to make this a little bit more interesting is we can use the outline feature, and I can put an outline color of whatever this color is, but we're going to apply it on the inside. I don't know why I can't see it yet, because usually in preview it just shows you what it would look like, which it's not doing. Oh wait, that is the bevel, sorry. And then what we would do here is we would take the outline color would be this color but darker, so this color maybe on the inside. I don't know why it didn't do anything. I was so sure that was going to do something. I was so sure that was going to do something. Shift O. Apply an active selection in the timeline. Okay. Tile? I don't know what tile means. Background color. Outline color. What do I do outside? Oh! That is interesting. I don't know why that's considered the outside, because that's actually the inside of my selection. But sure. Oh, what? Wait. Why does that change things? The heck is going on here, guys? All right, whatever. I mean, it does what I want. Why question it, right? Actually, which color is this? Okay, because we're gonna want to highlight color, kind of go across it. Doesn't have to really connect the entire way. Like, it might be interesting to leave a little bit of space like this, and then maybe to make it a little bit more round looking, go like that. And then there was like a secondary highlight that was a little bit, I don't know. Kind of like that maybe, and it like went down a little bit, I thought. Actually, that kind of looks pretty badass. I feel like it needs a little bit something, a little bit more mirroring here somehow. Maybe like that. That doesn't make any sense. But it probably should be like, probably should have that little notch in it though, right? Ugh. And this is that, right? Yeah. Maybe we could do that to kind of make it more of a patterny thing. Okay. And then what? Yeah. Okay. And then they put some shadows on it. right? Mine the right layer, yeah, annotations. Okay, then they put some shadows like here and here on the insides. And they also do like a shadow around the outside. That's interesting because that's what I did. But even though they have that shadow here, some of the highlights kind of punch through the shadows, which is also interesting. Which we kind of want to do. So what I'm going to do here to restore the depth, I'm going to go like this, but I'm going to let those highlights punch through like they did. Oh, oh, look at that, dude. Look at that. That creates like a really good illusion of depth. And then what I'm going to do there is add these extra pixels to the side, making sure not to go over my highlights. Uh-huh. Oh, look at that. That does feel more depthy, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, that's the same pattern that they did more or less. And then on mine, sorry, over here, slap that back on. They did what I didn't do. So I think they went like that. And that kind of also helps maybe. Is that what they did? No, I don't think so. Theirs is a little bit different. They do have this shape. Oh, because this doesn't go down here. That's why. That's what they did. Okay. And this maybe could have even been darker like this. Might have been a better... Might have been more better contrast, no? I want to try it out and see. No, too much. I think what I had there was pretty good. Could even go like that. Kind of blend it into that. I don't know. That's fine. Okay, and now we'll do this one. This grid's going to change a lot. I'm just going to take a big block like this to kind of just erase everything. And then these are going to be 2 pixel blocks. Oh. Okay. Oops. And then 1 space gap again. I think the way to do it is start from this right side. Yeah, and then go here. And then I can just click straight across. Okay, now we've got a pattern that's a little bit more consistent with... Oh, look at that. Oh, wow, that adds actually a ton more depth. Holy cow. Holy cow, look at this tiles that come along, dude. Okay, and then what we're going to do is kind of selectively remove some notches again from there, I think is the best way to do this. I think kind of preserving this downward diagonal is still the right thing to do. Oh yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. And then we're going to go... And now we could do some interesting things on the corners. We could do a little bit cornery, like diagonal things. So how did I do that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or just 3 from the outside. 1, 2, 3. Bonk. Like that. So which means the bottom row was 4. Yep. Take that off before my eyes start to spin too much. We could even do like this. Kind of seal the deal with this diagonal. Does that do anything? No. Maybe that makes the corner more confusing. Yes, it does. So we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. No, we're not gonna do that. I think it makes more sense maybe for it to go the opposite way, where the, yeah, it's more like that. I think so. We've got 5, and so then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Bump. And then what's the one below? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of helps it a bit. Actually, maybe even just make that the thing that goes sort of diagonally down. Does that help seal it? If I take that all the way down, maybe. Actually, this doesn't look like it's a straight. No, it doesn't because it's off by a pixel. But to do that would have to go onto this tile, which I don't know if it makes any sense. Now we're talking about making these lines like this that just go up the entire side, which actually is kind of interesting. Ooh, it's got a little bit of that. What's that dude's name? Salvador Dali. Like you don't know where the staircase is going. Salvador Dali, is that his name? I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the right name here. It is interesting though. And then what I can do here, it does seem a bit fudged, but you gotta fudge it one way or the other, I think, right? That might be the right way to do it. Yeah, like that. That's interesting. That's a really interesting pattern. And then we go kind of like this or like that. Giving these sort of Z shapes to the blocks. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And then what? What's next? What's next? Give it to me straight, Doc. Okay, hold on. So these, I think, on the top should be more longer and connected. And I feel like the ones towards the bottom should be more disconnected. So like that. And these should, I think, be, yeah, definitely more dotty at the bottom. And try to break these up. I'm just putting dots like in the middle of where the other things are to kind of stagger them. I don't know if I want to avoid having too many dotty ones in front of the very last one. Like the last one should probably be the dottiest of the dots. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, I like that. I dig. And then over here, break these up very slightly. Oh, I forgot to do this row. Oh, swing. Oh my god, look at that. That looks crazy. Oh my god. That actually looks crazy. It just looks insane, dude. Okay. So now what? I have 3 tiles of wall. And then what? 1, 2, 3 tiles of wall, and then this connecting tile, which is the carpet. Which I actually already have done. I don't need to do these because I already did these. Those are already done. I can pull them from the other ones. Right? That's cool. So then what would that look like? We could throw them all together here just to see what it would look like. I can go add a layer for floor. And we could just do this. I can just hit Control B and just sort of floor. Yeah, whatever. Just paint it in. Yeah, just make sure that lines up to the grid. My eyes aren't just like totally driving me bonkers here. Now that is cool. I mean, I could put this over. It doesn't have to go under it, right? And then the other thing is I need to get this carpet in there. How do I install this carpet liner? Right, we got to install this carpet liner here somehow. I'm gonna go like this. I'll just brush this. Can I brush this to a new document? No, apparently not. Or I did it wrong. Yeah, I can. Oh, sick. Then we're gonna go here. Can I flip a brush? No. Okay, well, whatever. I can grab this. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, because I didn't change my grid size. That's actually very useful. So I'll do is duplicate that down here and flip vertically. And then grab this with Control B as a brush. And then just sort of paint it down here. Okay, and I gotta grab the inside corners, which I believe are these guys. That's a brush. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, let's delete it completely. How about that? Oh, you know what I didn't, what I should have done. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna delete the corners. And we're gonna kind of do this in a weird way. It's fine. It's not great, but we're just trying to hack it together right now to get an idea of what it would look like. Flip vertical, flip horizontal, flip vertical, and then go like this, make a brush. Throw another floor 2 below this. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, what does it do over here actually? Because the floor, I don't think that carpet punches through here. Now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's not like a straight shoot, you know what I'm saying? Hmm. Whatever. That goes here. There is no way to do that rotation. This needs to rotate. I mean, there is. There's just no shortcut key for it. Sprite, not rotate canvas. What am I looking for? Edit, rotates 90 degrees counterclockwise. Ah, I forgot about this. Let me delete the carpet completely from this layer. And then we'll just put it on the bottom layer after. And then we'll do that over here. Oops. Just to kind of create a visual to make sure everything lines up and see what it would look like in a completed thingamajig, you know? Go over here. Oh. Oh, why did that happen? Oh, because I accidentally screwed up that brush, it looks like. There we go. Look at that. And this random ass floor tile up here. That actually doesn't look half bad. Let's get rid of these grids. That looks pretty impressive, you guys, for not knowing what the hell I'm doing. Now I'm gonna get. There's still some stuff I have to do on this dungeon tile here. Put the grid back on. So this grid needs some more shadowy shadows. Maybe this. I'm not sure. Needs something in here to help break apart. I'm not sure where to put these shadows. That actually might not be a bad idea. Kind of trippy. And then this maybe could be a... Yeah, look at that. Maybe add a couple of them. Kind of going off script here with my weird diagonal thing. Okay, and then down here we need to add some highlight. I don't know if that should be that or like that. So I know which tile I'm on. I'm trying to figure out if I should make L shapes, like corner pieces like this, or if I should do them more like a diagonal like I had over there. I think the first tile had some highlights, and then the second tile just does not. That could be a cool highlight. Yep. I dig it. What about doing these as highlights? Is that weird? No, kind of adds to the depth a bit, I think. Now I've got some shapes to work with. This is crazy what you can do with just some lines, right? Like mostly working with straight lines here. Okay. Dude, that's cool. That's really cool. I could even take this a step further, but this is really cool. Um, so I have two tiles, two tiers of tile that have highlights, and this one goes down to the third one. So I guess this, since the corner one goes down to the third one, this should also have some highlights that go down to the third one. Maybe not as many. That is trippy. That is cool. That is very cool. So what I was debating doing, right, to make things a little bit more interesting, but it kind of also goes a little off script. It's not the way Nintendo does it, but what we could also try to do, change my grid to 8. Oh, it's not going to let me change my grid to 8. Oh, because my tiles are not that size. Is that why? I think it's a bug. I had this exact same issue before, right? Yeah, I think my solution was close it and reopen it. And now it should let me change it. Nope. Nope. I'm locked in, guys. I think it's because the tile set is 16 by 16. Although I want to change my grid because I want to work off the grid. Like I want to work on an offset grid. It's not going to let me do this. Is it? I guess, yeah. So I see, okay, well, I guess I can go to this layer, right? This layer is off the grid. If we want to use that term, that silly term I came up with. And what I'm thinking is taking this, basically taking this, and I can make the selection over here. I can bring it back here, and I can do hue saturation, HSL plus, and I'm just gonna hue shift. And there's two directions I can go with this. I can either make it more cool in the pinkish purplish, or I can make it slightly more warmer in the yellow direction. Red is a weird color to make shadows on, because I think technically it should be blue, but pink always looks a little bit, making it pinker always makes it look a little bit weird. So we can also cut down saturation. Actually, wait, let's take down the lightness a bit. Oh, right. And playing with this a bit. Now that really creates some depth. Oh, that creates some wild depth. Again, off script because it's not what they did. But interesting. This creates an interesting color. So let's hit undo and see what it was like before. Ooh. And then after. I can't seem to be able to redo it. So, yeah, I guess that's that. I guess we just fiddle with it again. Minus 28, bring that lightness down. Probably just even that. I could even up the saturation. To do that, I have to really... Yeah, I have to be careful here with the saturation. I think desaturation is the right direction. That looks pretty cool, right? Interesting. Now I'm going to hide the floors, right? And what we're going to do here is... Oof, I'm supposed to bring that into here, right? Somehow. Yeah, these are 16 by 16. And I think these are the only tiles I need. And we'll pop that into castle all. What? What? Select brush. Oh, because I'm hitting Control B for brush. I got to go into create mode and paste. And then we're going to export. And now we get to do the fun part of going back to LDTK. Now that's the trim. And now we want to create a... see, I don't know how we're going to do this now. Walls layer. I've been messing around with this for a while, trying to figure out how to do this. Maybe the solution... maybe the solution actually might be... So I'm calling these 16 by 16, and I'm working in what I'm calling 16 by 16. But like, let's go here for a sec, right, to my grid. What if I make this 48 by 48? And now look at that. If I make this grid 48 by 48, I've effectively... it's basically three tiles by 3 tiles, but... wait, hold on. This doesn't add up, right? Why doesn't that work right? Did I put the wrong number here? 48 by 48. 16 times 3 is 48. My math isn't mathing, you guys. This means that if I do this, it's not going to mirror properly. Right, because it's missing this. So maybe what I need to do is multiply it by 4. 16 times 4, 64 by 64. Nope. Okay, to actually math this, we'll take the width. Oh, gross. Wait a sec. How did this work to begin with? How is this not a square? Oh, no, yes. It is longer because there's 2 tiles in the middle. So what I'm trying to figure out here is if I divide that by 16, that's 13. And divide that by 16, that's 11. So what I maybe have to do here, wait, hold on. Let's go back to 16 by 16. Oh, I see what happened here. Well, one thing that happened here is my grid got misaligned. What is that? That is 32 by 32. That is 32 by 32. What is that? Is 64 by 64. That is the grid size I'm looking for. Why is there an extra half a grid here? Is what I can't figure out. Because what I'm thinking is make this into a 9 by 9 and I just work with larger tiles. And then this will naturally fit into my auto tiling easier, right? But I can't figure out why. We've got this. We've got 3 by 3. And we've got 3 by 3. It's 48 by 48. I see. Oh, it should be 48 by 48. But my width is not evenly divisible by 48 is my problem. So what I need to do is keep it in 16 by 16 and then remove the middle column Like I need to remove the duplicate. So here's 3 by 3, then here's 3 by 3. Yeah, there is an extra, right, because I sized it to the 16 by 16. So actually what we're going to do here is delete that. Go to tile mode. What I'm going to do is delete that and bring it in 1. And then 208 should now be evenly divisible, I believe. So my canvas size is extra trim. No. Trim. I just want trim. There's a thing up here under Sprite that says trim. That'll get me what I want. Now we have 192. So if I divide 192 by 16, that should be 12, which is an even number. So let me go change my grid size. Well, it's not going to change on there, but if I go here and I go 48 by 48, now it should be 3 by 3. Well, not 3 because we have the extra one in the middle. Nice. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. All right, so after all of that, I have figured out something that kind of works, but it's not. It's icky and it doesn't really make any sense. um, right? It's icky and it doesn't really make any sense. But if I hide this, let's just say I hide that, and we come back to the trim here. Let me get rid of that. And if I go to background, like if we just manually drew out these tiles, I think we have more flexibility manually drawing out tiles. Oh, that doesn't have the top. Let's give it the top. Right, just grab this and throw this on my thing here. Right, that's the top tile. Oof. And probably the reason why this isn't working is I probably need to make more tiles for this. I don't really know. Because they also seem to be like inverted for some reason, and I don't really understand why. Okay, so now we go here. All right, so the advantage of this being that I can take these. I need to flip Y. I actually don't know how to do that. Just Y maybe? Yeah. Y flip on. And the advantage of that is like I can just paint these as thin as I want, you know? And then I don't have to worry about the rules being accurate. Oh, I think that's where this fails. Now that I'm remembering. Yeah, I need to rotate, which I actually, wait, hold on. I think you can do with the R key. No, that's random mode. Let's go to question mark, I think, or H is help. Toggle organization. X is mirror. Y is mirror. There's no other save tile selection. Load save tile selection. Regardless of tile. There's no rotate. There's no rotate. Oh, but I forgot. I have this here, which I can just X. All right. That's not the right one. It was right the way it was. All right. Yeah. Oh. Oh, because it's supposed to be flipped on the Y. I was wondering why that didn't line up. Flip that on the X. Flip that on the Y. And the X. Wait, no. The Y. Wait. I want a corner. Well, I don't have... That's what I need inside corners for. I don't have inside corners for these tiles. Sorry, not X, but Y. So, okay. Right, and then this is where we would... Really, at this point, just do the whole friggin' thing like this. But that's kind of not cool. I don't know. Oops. Didn't realize this wasn't connected. Oh, no. You want it like that. Right? I mean, it looks pretty tight. You know, you could do the entire map like this. The question is, I have no idea how to make this work with auto tiling. Oh, my headset died. That's why power was off. Right? Um. Right. I mean, it works, but it just doesn't work the way I want it to. I want it so that when I paint walls, what do I want? I actually don't even know what I want. Oh, the reason why this doesn't make any sense is because... sorry. These need to be 3 tiles to get depth. Oh, that's funny. Oh, because that's on a different layer. No, that's not why. That is this layer. Right, we're gonna have 3 layers. The same way that we're gonna have 3 layers here. Actually, I guess I could just go like this at this point. It'd be 3 layers like this. Oops. Oops. I don't know why I keep squiggling on that one. Oh, I see what it did. I think it dedupes the tiles. All right, so it looks a little bit weird. I don't know how to make this work the right way. So I thought I could fix this with math, but again, my math is terrible. So obviously math is not the solution to any of my problems. Actually, I probably should get off. So we still need to figure out. We did a lot today. We really actually got a lot done here. What I figured out was how to create the tiles. Now trying to figure out how to work with these tiles in LDTK is going to be a little bit complicated, right? Like this layer is good. I think making them 48 by 48 is not the right idea because we can do more if we have these individual tiles than if we make it all one big tile, because then we're limiting our size, that it has to be specifically that size. I'm gonna make another one. I'm gonna call it integer grid walls 16. Or, you know, I could probably do that on the same layer. Maybe trim, I don't know, walls 16. Right, and this is trim. Oops. And this is, oh, I see what I did there, walls. And then if we edit the rules, like in theory, I should be able to go in here, rules for number 1. Huh? Oh. Trim. And then we're going to add a new one. We use the assistant. Call it walls. Now this, but in theory, this should be those 4 tiles. But what does this mean when I select a bunch like this? Sorry. We have to go to walls. Yeah, that means random, which we don't want. It's randomly selecting from that. Oh no. Yeah, it's randomly selecting from that. See, this will only let me pick a single tile if I use this. Now, if I go and I say, let's edit rules manually, and it doesn't limit me to that. Oh yeah, I did actually put them in randomly. That's funny. Rectangle of tiles. You can go like this. But now, oh, I see. My trim is offset. I forgot I did that. My trim layers offset. Put it on the origin again. That's almost right. Almost right, except that it's not the right shape. That's also not right because it's not offset properly. No, actually, wait. Maybe that is right. Let's see real quick. Let's look at the castle. And on the border here. Okay, I guess it could be on the border. But you see, it's like we can't really make a rule on that because sometimes we want that to be the ceiling and then sometimes we want that to be the edge. So we can't really, I think if we work with these tiles, we just can't use the auto tiling function. I just don't think we can auto tile with them. That might be it. So that just might be the cost of doing it that way. Having fancy tiles. The cost of fancy tiles might be that we can't. Oh, look at that. Wait, is that a different tile? Or is that the same tile here? That is the same tile, isn't it? Hold on. No, it is different. It's slightly different. Oh no, it's the same. And then these doors are interesting because the door could also be something that just goes over the wall as an entity. Hmm. I don't know. But you see, like, if we use the 16 grid, what it allows us to do, there's not as much depth here as there is here. Oh, and look at that. That's also weird. You see that? This is at the very top. And then these tiles are these tiles basically over here. See that? That's the same as, well, that one's kind of tight in there. The same as this tile probably, right? And then there's another, maybe an extra one that they add up here. Because it's different from this. There's no highlight on it. Like this one has highlighting up here. This one doesn't have a highlight. This one's just flat. That's really interesting. But that's another reason not to make it 48 by 48, because if we make it 48 by 48, that restricts us. We always have to have the same depth. And like, see here, we have these two tiles like this on the inside. You can't do that. It would have to be 48 by 48. Actually yeah, and that's 32 by 32, right? That's another reason why we can't do that. So I don't know if it's possible to auto tile with these. Let's do a quick search, but I gotta jump off because I gotta do my exercise. I gotta eat. Let's just do a quick search. LETK auto tile, or just maybe just tile set auto tile with multiple tiles per tile. I don't know how to even phrase that sentence. To create an auto tile system where multiple tiles are used per tile, a dual grid approach can be implemented. Oh, this is the dual grid thing. A data layer for defining the map without the map layout with simple solid color tiles representing different terrains, and a display layer that is offset by half a tile. For example, 8 pixels from the data layer. Each tile on the display layer covers 4 tiles from the data layer. Allowing for complex transitions between different terrain types. The data layer is populated by code at runtime. For each cell in the display layer, the system checks 4 corner tiles. Yeah, this is what I've seen. Dual grid. I know there was a video, some chick that I watched a couple times explaining dual grid, but she did it like they were saying all with code. Dual grid system, game dev. But it wasn't quite sinking into my brain. Auto tiling while drawing only 5 tiles. So I'm not gonna watch this right now because it's very long. Everybody's talking about the same chick's video, which is funny. Hmm. Hmm. I always wondered how they did this as a kid. I always used to think about like the beat 'em up games. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, I think we'll leave this for tomorrow. Hmm. Google. Let's do a quick Google on it. Game dev, auto tile, 2D with multiple tiles per tile. I don't know how to say that. Auto tiling using subtiles. Hmm. I don't think you can do it with auto tile because I don't understand how you would set up rules. Like, how would it know what the depth is supposed to be, right? I think that's where it kind of falls short because it has to know, okay, in this case, the depth is going to be such and such, and in this case, the depth is going to be such and such. I guess maybe the way you do that with auto tiling is you would manually create the rules, and then, like in LDTK, for example, you would have different groups. Sorry, you'd have different, what are these called? Um, Integers, grid values, right? You'd have like tall walls, short walls, and then those would have different rules. And like your tall wall would just add everything. And then I guess the way you would do this, for example, maybe that's what we want. I remember this being weird. Oh, that goes the opposite direction. Sorry. So how would I change that to go where I wanted it to? Still not far up enough. I was kind of guessing, right? So if that's like that, then maybe I have to go like that to displace it. But then the weird thing is that if we look at this, what does this map to? I think that maps to a single pixel. No? That maps to a much larger block, which it shouldn't. It should be like that, which is, I think. Yeah, because this is only, oh, should be like that. There we go. Now it maps 1 to 1. So that means I have my 4 corners taken care of. And now my walls It's just very weird to do it this way, right? And then my top wall would be this. Oh, sorry, rectangles. Oops. That's my top wall. Sorry, walls. Oops. And I don't think this would stop. Maybe? I don't know. Well, this is definitely here somewhere. Okay, that's for 100% sure. Oh, and this rule probably comes after this rule. I don't see why that would, I don't see why this rule coming first would stop the, oh, because this says nothing here and nothing there. Ooh. Actually, maybe it's something here and something there. I don't know why that makes that shape. Because the problem is it could be. Maybe that's the right way to do it. Not even close, bruh. Oh, because of the number of tiles that it takes, I think. This would probably be more like that. How many tiles was it? 1, 2, 3? I don't understand why that doesn't work. Yeah, this is always confusing to me. I'm always just kind of guessing here. Oops. It's like it should work here. I don't really know what the yellow line represents. Oh, yeah, I see. So that takes up 2 spaces. So that tells me it should be more like this. Okay, that kind of worked. Now this corner piece probably should take precedence. But the problem with this, probably the same thing. Probably should be more like that. Nope. Oh. closer, I think. I was not matching anything right now. How do we represent a corner? Oh, so there actually should be potentially something here and here. It's the opposite. It's like this. Nothing behind it. Excuse me. Actually, we could potentially do this with auto tile rules. Nope. Oh, I see. Let's do it. Okay, so let's try to make it work without the reflection. And then we'll reflect it. So that's the opposite side from where it should be, right? So then doesn't that mean that this should be on the opposite side? That just matches everything. That matches nothing. That matches nothing. Let's see, not a wall. We need to render 3. Or does that mean it should be like this? First pick which tile you would like to automatically, but yeah, we got that part. This int value is required in a cell. This int grid value should not be here. For example, if you want to paint wall blocks where you have int grid value 1, you must put the int grid value 1 in the center of this pattern. Yeah, so I think we want to paint the tiles here. Rectangles of tile. That is undoubtedly the corner. But how many tiles is that? It's 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How's it going? Trying to figure this out. It's a little bit rough. Sorry, I just saw that now. Right. But the only requirement is to put it in the top left, you would have nothing. Oh, maybe like that. We would have not a wall. Really along all the areas where we don't want to paint it. I would think. Is this a custom engine? This is LDTK. This is a map editor. This is free. It just creates the map for you. It does auto tiling, which is pretty cool. I accidentally drew something here. I have a bunch of videos on this on my channel. Actually, like how to use it as like some basic examples of how to use it with like simple 16 by 16 tiles. What I'm trying to figure out is how to do this with auto tiling. It's not strictly necessary. I can do it just painting the tiles manually. But auto tiling is so nice that I just want to use it, you know? I guess if this is in this corner, I would think it would be like this. But then we have to give some shape, right? It's either on this side, there's going to be nothing. Okay, that makes us match this. Right? You do game dev on Linux? I do a little bit on Linux. I do mostly on my, well, I guess half and half right now. Half on my Mac, half on Linux. So I try to make sure all the tools that I use work on both. I think that Mac OS and Linux need to see more games. Be nice. You know, that don't run on Wine. So this is interesting. That means if I do that, it'll get me in the right corner? No. I'm confused. Oh, because that's not... I see. That's matching. I don't really see. I'm kind of lying when I say that I see. Valid, but at the same time, there's little incentive for devs to make games for either. Yeah, true. Linux lacks the video driver support. Mac OS actually has decent video hardware nowadays. I think, from what I understand, the M1, the Apple Silicon stuff, I think is actually pretty good. 3% of the user base is on Linux and Mac combined, according to Steam. Yeah. Well, that's because also, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons for that. I think Windows is just getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, they kind of all are. Linux is getting better, and Mac OS and Windows are getting worse over time. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so I think if we're going to have 3 tiles here, I should have, like, sorry, 9 tiles there. I should have 9 tiles there. I think that makes sense. I feel like it should look like this, but and that's obviously not right. Oh, and we can flip this with the Y. Oh, that's opposite. Uh, but it's upside down. That's the opposite direction. We got one, boys. Okay, given that that looks like this, but I also put in the wrong tile. So that makes it also kind of weird. But that's the only tile I have. I don't have a bottom tile. So I guess that's how I have to do it. So given that, oh, well, the same thing here. I only have these tiles. So I probably have to flip X. Well, let's get one working. Well, if I disable Y, oh, that does get me the top. No, like that does work actually. Okay. So then by that logic, I couldn't convince myself to touch Mac at this point. Yeah. Linux is getting better, but as user friendly as a machine, but it's as user friendly as a machine from the 80s. No, well, setup is a little bit more complicated, but once you have it set up, it's fine. I had my grandmother using Linux for a while. She didn't even notice the difference. At first, it was like, I don't know how to start the internet. And then after like a month, she was like, she couldn't tell the difference. And that was like 15 years ago. She was probably in her mid 70s at that time. Not a technical person at all. Okay, so this is here, this is here. What did I do for this one? That one has the same pivot point. I guess that's fair. I have little expectations for most people at this point. Be technically literate, that's true. It's definitely not easy, but okay, so we want to paint walls. I'm just gonna start doing weird, bizarre things and see what happens. That's not right. I know I have a 9x9, and I know there's only a limited number of possible combinations. Right? If I understood this, I would just program the right, I would just put the right pattern in, but the problem is I really don't understand this. And this is one of the things I really want to work on. I want to really understand this also so that I can make a video about it, because I see a lot of people very confused about how this stuff works. When I try to find people explaining it, they don't really seem to understand it. 80% of people don't even know what bookmarks are. You're probably right. That's probably accurate. I don't even really use bookmarks that much. Hmm. I feel like it should be a 3x3 thing. I also don't know why it's not drawing the whole pattern. That's kind of weird to me, right? Isn't that weird that it's not drawing the entire individual tiles? No, I wanted to draw rectangles of tiles. I wanted to draw these 9 tiles. It's not even drawing those 9 tiles. It's like repeating a bunch of weird ones. Have you ever done this before? Like auto tile patterns? Bookmarks are the way. Let me look at what my grid is here, right? So I'm trying to program these 9 squares with nothing on the top and around the sides. That's what I'm trying to put in. And I'm expecting it to output this. I don't like these apps. I programmed it. Oh, so you just wrote code to do it? It's like you just write a bunch of numbers or something in a file, and then it just outputs the thing. Is like the workflow of this program is great if you can get it set up, but setting it up is a pain in the ass. It's like potentially if you're working on a team with a bunch of people, every engine could do it. Yeah. Yeah. Every engine can do it. They have a little bit different ways of doing it. I think Unity's, and I think Unity was like a plugin too. Autotile. I think Unity's autotile works more or less the same way. How about this? We'll put it where we absolutely don't think it goes. How did I do this one? That one. Okay, how about this? Forget this one. We'll do the side walls. I mean, I was able to get a couple rules down. okay, right? In an okay way. So we'll do this. This is the side wall. Sorry, I gotta do that again. 1, 2, 3. We don't want that dark tile. Serialize the coordinates, atlas coordinates of the tile, and you're good. What do you mean serialize the coordinates? I don't know, I'm picky. I don't think I like a single art app right now, so I can't say I recommend this process. Yeah. I've done it the other way. I've done like MIP mapping where I just have like an array of ones and zeros and stuff like that, which is what this is under the hood. This is just a visual way of doing it. So if I had to do that, it's so hard to type this. See, if I had to do the other thing, I would also make a program that does it, which is why I'm just using this. Because I was literally going to make a program to do literally exactly this. And then I found there's tiled, and then there's this one is LDTK. And that's why I was like, well, if I'm going to, do that, I might as well do this. I see. So this is the pattern. That's why it's this shape. That one, I'm going to guess it's probably something like this. And then we flip it on the X. And it's close, but it's actually the opposite. What makes no sense to me is that I didn't have to move these other things, and I got the result that I wanted. See, look at that. I got 2 of them down. I just can't figure out the freaking... Wait a second. So if this one... Let me take off the reflections real quick and see what I have here. This is the left. This is the left. And this is the top. That's what my problem is. All right, so let me add another one. Go here, rectangles. Now we're going to have... Oh! Wait a second. The problem here is this. For these rules, look at how many freaking things I wrote here. Is that even right? Wait, hold on. Maybe I made too many. Yeah, actually, I probably did make too many. That should probably look more like that. Yeah. Okay, so that's not really the issue. Now, where does that align here? I create 1, 2, 3 going off the grid to the right. And that one I create 1, 2, oops. Looks something like this. Minus device info. Yeah, I got you. And what are these are like tuples, arrays of tuples or something? Or arrays of vectors? Yeah. 1, 2, 3 dot. 1, 2, 3 dot. I don't understand why this wouldn't be. Oops. Wouldn't that just combine both of these? It doesn't really, though. It doesn't really combine these. But that would look like... Oh. That would actually, if you connected them, look like this, no? I'm trying to visualize if you stitch these two together into a corner, what that would look like. But it doesn't because there needs to be one. There would probably be one couple here, right? More like that. I just don't know why it's not drawing the right shape when it matches. That makes no sense to me. It must be matching multiple times. Both of these I started in the line. So this one I would also start in the line. There's nothing here. It shouldn't be rendering anything over here. Nope, went the wrong direction. There we go. Now we're matching them 1 to 1, at least. Missed the overarching array, but arrays of vectors. Okay. Yeah, it's a multi-dimensional array, right? That basically represents your coordinates. I've done that before. Long time ago. What did I do though? I didn't do it like that though. I just did a multi-dimensional array of integers, which is I think how this one works under the hood. So you'd have like rows and then your columns, and that would map to like your rows and your columns in your game. And then basically each integer would represent, it's like an enum. Each integer would represent a different type of tile. And then you would just kind of iterate over them and render out the tiles. Integers are probably more efficient, yeah. Yeah, and then you don't have to worry about the actual coordinates where you're storing them. But point being, like, that's what this is under the hood. They even call this an int grid. If you go into the layers here, they call it an int grid because it literally, that's just how it operates. So my thing was if I could just have a GUI tool that, you know, I'm looking for like tools to make things faster and more visual and like easier to work with. So once I understand the tools, you know, and like I said, I was going to make my own anyways. Well, we're matching the right number of tiles now. And what? I go like this. Oh, we're close. I don't know why it did that. I don't know why it did that. It's like a very slow process for a GUI. Well, if you don't know what you're doing, yeah, it's incredibly slow. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. If I understood how this worked better, this would be very quick. And for the most part, it is. Like for the problem I'm trying to solve here is I'm using multiple tiles to represent the same thing. So like, let me show you a better example. The one from my game that I'm working on now, this one's already set up. These tiles are much more simple to work with. I guess I used Godot a while back, and the auto tiler took maybe 3 minutes to set up. It again, if you know how to use it, it's very quick. This one I set up very easily because the tiles are much easier to work with. So if I go here, I can make like a new map. Let's create a new level here. And then I've got different layers that I can switch between. Go to my collisions, for example, and just start drawing stuff, and it just works. But see, one tile is one tile. What I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to make one tile paint more than one tile. And that's why it's confusing. And what it could just be that what I'm trying to do is stupid and I shouldn't be trying to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like I might just be trying to solve the wrong problem. But like this is so easy to use. And one thing that's really cool is I can shift click to fill, shift right click to delete. I can drag out lines. I can drag out rectangles and fill like rectangles. And I don't really have to like press different buttons to switch tools. Everything's the same. Now these tiles are kind of lame and boring. I'm trying to figure out how to create more interesting tiles from an art perspective and then try to figure out how to get them in here. And then I can hit F1 to go to my entities and I can start dropping in like doors, like a horizontal door or a vertical door. You can throw this in here. These are resizable. Oh, I accidentally turned off my grid, I think. Grid on. There we go. All right, we can throw in some doors, horizontal doors. All right, resize those, put in some treasure chests. Put a little pocket watch here. This one's already been set up. So you can see like once it's set up, it's pretty quick. And that could be like a level right there. We need some keys. So I'll hit W and S, go up the side list here to go to my different things, different tiles or different entities that I have. Right. So maybe we'll put a key over here. Doesn't really have to make sense. It's just an example, right? Maybe go like this. Maybe this tile. I'll go to my collisions layer, delete that, go back here, go up to this, put that in. We need a player spawn point. We can put that up here. We need an exit that can go down here. Some enemy spawns can go like here, 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 maybe over here. Maybe we open up this wall over here, back to my collisions, erase that with a right click. So it's a pretty good program actually. This is made by the guy, you know, Dead Cells. This is made by the author of Dead Cells. So right now I'm just trying to figure out if it's even possible to do what I'm doing. This is kind of an experiment right now. How to auto tile with multiple tiles per tile. So probably be like that. So that's wrong. But what we can do here is we can take a look at that, what that's matching, and then we can say, okay, I think that has to come back one more this way, or it's the opposite. Okay, so now that lines up. So that's in the right place now. Now we just have to figure out where these go. Basically, these X's mean that the wall tiles shouldn't appear in those directions. See, I'm thinking, if it's here, then where shouldn't the walls be? The walls shouldn't be here, right? And it shouldn't be, I guess that's it. It should be like that. I don't know why it's stopping the other rules from working. Almost works down here. Oh. Kind of works down there, but it's in the wrong direction. That means it should be like this. No. The yellow rectangle represents where these tiles appear. See, I like this match in the top left. That's actually kind of close to being accurate, but it shouldn't be. Like the pink is where it would draw the tiles. Is that because, yeah, the order of them. I thought this would be a more restrict. Well, it's not more restrictive because I don't have the X's in there yet. That means this would be a bottom right tile, no? Well, the bottom right of my map is missing, so that might be a hint that I'm kind of close. Hmm. I should probably make a post about this somewhere and try to get some help. I don't seem to be making too much progress here. This is interesting that this one actually draws. That one draws all 3 tiles. All 9 tiles, I should say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes. That's the whole 9 tile block. That just makes it match nothing. I see, because that's basically the same thing as this. If I go like that, that's basically the same thing as this one. So how do I make that a corner? uh, all right, I'm gonna take a break, but I'll revisit this tomorrow. I have tried to do this before, and I did have trouble with it the last time too. But like I said, like once you get the rules set up for the tiles, it's smooth sailing from there. So I just need to understand what this grid means. And like if this is 3 by 3, right? A rectangle of 3 by 3, why is this showing up on my grid as if it's 2 by 2? That's kind of suspicious. Right? Isn't that really suspicious? The reason why half my map is gone is because I didn't reflect it. That's very suspicious. Oh. That renders way too many tiles. But well, maybe. Mm-hmm. Or maybe like that. Oh! Oh! That's the shape. So that's the shape that I'm looking for, right? And then if I reflect this on the X and Y, it should appear in all 4 corners. The position is off. So now I just got to play with this position. Boom. Got it. I don't quite get why, but it worked. uh, oops. How do you undo? I thought it was Control Z. There we go. See, if I hit this R button, it basically shows me where the tiles render. So even some part of me was thinking to use it just for this, to like mock up levels. When I first started doing this, I was actually drawing them on graph paper. Just like shading in different shapes and things. trying to come up with ideas for different dungeons, just doing like the shape of it. And then I found this tool. I was like, oh, I'll just use it like this, where I just have different colors of things. You know, this is this color, that's that color. And then I'm like, you know, let me see if I can actually make it work. And I did. And I like using it. Once you get things working, it's pretty cool. And then I can go here and give this an image. But okay, that's a good stopping point for today. Again, I don't get why this is like this. So I guess it has nothing to do. I guess it has nothing to do with the amount of tiles. It has to do with the shape that it shows up in here. I guess. I don't know. Like this is showing as 4 tiles, so I represented my thing with 4 tiles. And then this one represented as like a 1 3/4 tile. I don't know. It's weird. So I don't know. But that seems to work. So, and then we would have to figure out how to make it work with individual single tiles. I think if I mix rules like that, I think I could make that work. Like making it drag out a single one would be some kind of rule that would only make like the top level of this trim show up down here. So we're kind of slowly figuring this out. But that's very cool. And then I can go here and do the trim. This should still work, I think. I could probably even just do the trim like this. Yeah. See? It's pretty neat. And if I wanted to remove a piece, I can go like that. That's cool. Okay. I'm kind of okay with that. I'm kind of okay with that. We were kind of just going back and forth between actually making the art today and trying to run it through LDTK to see how we can turn it into maps in game. And this was a good experiment so far, so I'm happy. I'm going to hop off though.